speak to down the line to Tony Smith?
Yeah, well, I was trying, yeah. Hello. We're going on, hopefully, according to my app, in about 50 seconds' time. Welcome to, almost inevitably, after what we've had over the last month or two, inevitably at last the summer's arrived. Well, it arrived 24 hours ago, to a very sunny Chelmsford for this back into county championship action, First Division, Essex versus Somerset. My name's Dick Davies. Lurking at the back of the box is Don Topley, and I'm delighted to have Anthony Gibson with me from BBC Somerset on the just beside me. Only 48 hours ago, less than that, Friday evening, I was working with another legend, Edward Bevan, down at Cardiff, and today we've got Anthony Gibson. So we're really being spoilt in the company we keep, and thank you for bringing the sunshine from up west, down west.
That's very kind of you, Dick. I don't really rank myself with Eddie Bevan, but yeah, it's great to be here in Chelmsford on such a beautiful day, and it's hot as well. We've had loads of sunshine down in the southwest, but it hasn't been all that hot because of the nagging northeasterly wind, which has made for some fairly unpleasant conditions here in Essex, according to your co-commentator, Don Topley, who was bemoaning the state of his vegetables as we were walking into the ground this morning. But down in the West Country, the vegetables are in danger of shrivelling up because of all the heat. But perfect day for cricket. Not a cloud in the sky, no. And pitch looks decent one. Plenty of grass on it, and a good toss, I would have thought, for Essex to have won.
Yes, that's the most important news of all for listeners from both Essex and Somerset, anywhere else, that Essex won the toss, and unsurprisingly, if you don't bat on a day like this, then when do you bat, having won the toss? So Essex were fortunate that the coin came down in their favour, and they will bat. And the umpires, who are Nigel Long and David Milnes, are just making their way to the middle, which probably just about gives me time to run through. Well, I'll run through the Essex side, and Anthony can run through the Somerset side when I can find it. It was handed to us as a photograph of the nominated players sheet, and I think his biro was running out. Other ballpoint pen manufacturers available: Brown, Cook, Westley, Walter, Critchley, Cushy, Harmer, Buttleman, Allison, Cook, Porter, 12th man, Das. And the Somerset side reads:
Somerset will bat Lammonby and Dixon to open, then Tom Abel, the captain, at 3, George Bartlett at 4, Tom Kohler-Cadmore at 5, James Rue, who is the second leading run scorer in the First Division after a certain Tom Westley. There's just 10 runs between them, Westley having 574 runs to his name, and James Rue 564. Then Lewis Gregory, Casey Aldridge comes into the side, Josh Davey, Craig Overton and Matt Henry. So no Peter Siddle, who damaged his hand fielding a return hit down at the Aegeus Bowl on Wednesday, and of course no Jack Leach either. And poor old Jack won't, I think, be playing any cricket for the rest of this season.
No. Well, similarly, Essex don't have their Antipodean overseas player. Doug Bracewell's not playing. Ben Allison is playing in his in his place. I must admit, you frightened me a bit when you said Somerset to bat and then read out the side. I thought I got it totally wrong, but Essex are batting.
No. Did I say that?
Yeah,
no, I said
you
Somerset
meant,
will bat.
Yes, I think you meant this is the batting lineup.
In this order.
Yes, that's right. I'm beginning to recover. It's a pretty fundamental error to make. So, the first delivery of the day is being bowled from the Hayes close end, and it's outside the off stump, goes through to the keeper, and it's Matt Henry, another Antipodean New Zealander, opening the bowling. The wicket is pitched well over from our perspective, to the left, which is the eastern side of the ground, so it's a long boundary and indeed walk to and from the pavilion, and inevitably therefore a much shorter one to the public side of the ground, as Henry, right arm over the wicket, moves in, bowls to Brown, who plays defensively. It trickles out on the onside, no addition to the score.
Interesting that Henry is bowling over the wicket to the left-hander, rather than the currently fashionable line of attack, which is round the wicket for a right-arm seam bowler to a left-handed batsman. This is the angle that I prefer, so he's slanting it across the batsman and hoping to bring the odd one back.
As he moves in now and bowls, and Brown play and miss there, and it went through pretty high.
He's quick, Matt Henry.
James Rue took it sort of, he's not a biggish fella, but he took it round by his chest, and so a bit of lift. Still, if you don't get lift in the opening over, when will you?
He's taller than he looks, James. He's 6 foot tall. He's grown a couple of inches over the winter.
Yeah, just as I said that, I thought, is he? Well, he's deceptive. As Henry moves in again and bowls. That's outside the off stump, goes through to Rue. The records from the point of view of wins and are identical. Both have played 6, won 1, lost 1 and drawn 4. So neither club is setting the championship on fire this season. The difference is 7 points though, because Somerset have 67 to Essex's 60. They have a glut of bonus points, particularly as Anthony was saying with regards batting. Oh, and a play and a miss there, and it goes through to the keeper. We'll do the 11 o'clock updates in about a minute or two, and then we'll also do one at 1 o'clock, and that's it. So from that point of view, it's a comfortable day for us. It might not be so comfortable mid-afternoon when the sun will be coming through these opened windows. Still, wait till that comes along as Henry moves in, bowls.
Working on the airfield for a couple of years.
Yeah, good first over from Matt Henry. A couple of plays and misses from Nick Brown. Good pace, good carry. He's brought the best out of Craig Overton as well, Matt Henry, since they joined up in the game against Lancashire at Old Trafford.
May I also do the second over, Anthony, as I'm about to do an update, and then you can do a couple to make up for it. Otherwise, I've got to interrupt you, which is rather rude. Here we go.
County Championship match against Somerset. Essex's Don Topley is watching live at the county ground in Chelmsford.
And so's Dick Davis, and we've had one over of the day so far, which has been a maiden. It was bowled by Matt Henry to Essex's Nick Brown. So Essex won the toss on what looks as if it's going to be a good batting day, and it was a maiden over, so they're 0 for 0. Both sides more or less mid-table in the championship at the moment, so both clubs desperately need to win this game. Another dot ball there at the start of the second over. So after 7 deliveries of the day, Essex, having won the toss, are 0, and they haven't lost a wicket either.
That last delivery from Craig Overton pitched right up just outside Sir Alistair Cook's off stump. We got 4 slips rather. Tom Abel at first slip. I don't think I've ever seen him at first slip before. Is Overton in and bowls, and this is played to the debutante Shoaib Bashir, wearing 13 on his shirt. I shouldn't think there are very many number 13s playing cricket, but Shoaib Bashir is clearly in no way superstitious. Young off spinner, just 19 years old, born at Chertsey, and joined up with Somerset seconds last season and has just been given a 2-year extension to his contract as Overton is in a bowls and very nearly an outside edge from Alistair Cook. We haven't got a replay, but even if it did just feather the outside edge, didn't carry, I think, to James Rue behind the stumps. But a moral victory for the bowler, but they're never of very much use.
No, they don't sharpen any scorebook.
It's Overton into Cook there and bowls, and Cook gets the first run of the Essex innings as that runs out into the offside off a slightly crooked Sir Alistair Cook batting. Just has a quiet, I think, friendly word with Craig Overton. These two old enemies. It's a good match-up, as they say, Alistair Cook and Craig Overton. 1 without loss. Essex, good toss to have won, one would imagine. But there's a little bit of pace and a little bit of bounce in this pitch as Overton is in and bowls and Brown gets right in behind. A full-length delivery from Craig Overton, who told me a couple of weeks ago he's been concentrating very much on bowling a fuller length this season. Give the ball a little bit of extra chance to swing, inviting the batsman to have a drive and hoping for an outside edge. Here's Overton also going over the wicket to the left-hander, and that's quite a long way outside the off stump, and a good diving take by James Rue. End of the second over. It's 1 for Essex, that single to Alistair Cook.
Well, Don is trying valiantly to get our television feed working, but even he. Oh well, we've got something. We've got an advert at the moment. Sometimes that is the prelude to something more interesting. So it's going to be Matt Henry to continue from the Hayes close end, this time with Essex 1 without loss, bowling to Sir Alistair Cook. Bowls now short of a length and goes through to the wicketkeeper.
That really took off.
It did, didn't it? Yes. And so that's an interesting sign right in the opening 8 minutes of the game.
The slips are Tom Abel at first, Craig Overton at second, Casey Aldridge at third, and I think that's Tom Lammonby at fourth.
As the next delivery played out square on the offside by
Sean
Cook.
Dixon.
No addition to the score. I'll repeat the side during the over for the benefit of those who've only just sort of logged on a little bit late. Oh, it is Sunday morning. Perhaps they haven't got up yet, and who can blame them?
Tom Kohler-Cadmore must have sustained some sort of injury to his hands because he's at mid-on when he'd normally be at first slip.
Next delivery played solidly by Cook. Just goes backward of square on the offside.
Somerset fielders easier to identify than they usually are. Certainly in early season when they're all out there in their cable knit jumpers without the numbers on their backs. Not that I find any difficulty obviously in identifying, but commentators who are less familiar,
yes, indeed,
find it difficult.
We do, as Henry moves in and bowls, and that's just played defensively. While Matt Henry's walking back to his mark, the Essex side: Brown, Cook, Westley, Walter, Critchley, Kyoshi, Buttleman, Harmer, Allison, Cook, and Porter.
So how come no Doug Bracewell?
Well, a good question, to which I don't know the answer. I find the older I get, there are more questions to which I don't know the answer. As that zips through, and well,
there's plenty of life in this pitch, certainly for Matt Henry, but then Matt Henry is bowling probably in the high 80s in terms of miles per hour. it was very noticeable up at Old Trafford how much quicker he was than Saqib Mahmood.
Yeah. So it's Henry again from the far end, the Hayes close end. Moves in, bowls to Cook. Oh, and Cook gets a top edge and has got away with it. It's probably going to run away down the hill, and it's a pretty short boundary down there anyway for 4. Oh, it's signalled leg by, so I'm not quite sure what that came off. Now, if the TV were working, we could see now what it came off. Well, could it have been? It certainly wasn't off his
Shoulder, I should think.
I was just going to say it must have been shoulder, because he was attempting to hook it, so it's unlikely to have been the pad. Somebody like Alistair Cook Alistair Cook wouldn't misjudge a shot to that extent. So yeah, off his shoulder. Anyway, it's 4 in the book, so hasn't gone on. Yeah, 5 without loss.
And here comes Overton to bowl the 4th over. Bowling to Nick Brown. He's there, bowls outside the off stump, and again swinging quite markedly after it passes the batsman, so that James Rew has to dive across in front of first slip, who is Tom Abel. Casey Aldridge at 2nd. I think that's Tom Lammonby at 3rd. And then there's a little degree of separation to a 5th slip position, as Overton is into Brown and beats him with another good one. Brown drawn into the forward defensive shot, and the ball just zipping away off this grassy looking pitch. It's the pitch for this game last year was absolutely dead. I think Essex had tried to prepare a turning pitch for Harmer and just got it slightly wrong. And it got deader and deader and deader as the match went on, and Essex got 500. This is a swing and a miss from Brown, who looks baffled.
He does.
By the bounce of that ball. Taken low down this time by James Rew, and I think that is what baffled Nick Brown, because the odd ball has taken off from just short of a good length, and that one rather crept.
Yes, and both batsmen went down and somewhat suspiciously looked at the the wicket, more or less equidistant between the 2 sets of stumps.
Overton. He's in and bowls, and this is played into the backward point gully area, where it's fielded by George Bartlett at backward point.
Inevitably a very good crowd already, and it's only 10. Just gone 10 past 11. So, yeah, if you're not going to come and watch cricket on a sunny Sunday like this, then when are you? Thank you, Ashley. Bracewell injured his shoulder in the warm-up, currently being assessed.
Overton to Brown, full length, and that one takes off again. Brown didn't have to play a shot at it, but it carried through to James Rew at shoulder height. Good pace as well, showing no ill effects from the tendinitis in his left knee that's been troubling Craig Overton for the entire season.
We're also assured that we will have our replay facility back with us soon, hopefully. Thanks, John, very much.
5 without loss, as Overton is in and bowls and takes Brown on the pad. Inside edge onto pad, good over that. And
it was.
With the batsman struggling to cope with the pace and movement that Craig Overton is producing.
And as Anthony said, some are getting lift, some are coming through. That crept through a little bit low, got him sort of on the knee roll, and yeah, a little bit unpredictable at best at the moment, this pitch. An unpredictable pitch and 2 good bowlers, and yeah, the batsmen have got their hands full. As Henry, unsurprisingly, to continue from the far end on this literally cloudless day. Moves in and bowls to Cook. Oh, and Cook plays and misses, and needing every microsecond of his vast experience to battle through these opening attacks. And yeah, you couldn't really wish to even even now, he couldn't wish to have a better player fighting for your side than Alistair Cook. And still, that's outside the off stump. Although Essex have some other talented players, then it's still Cook that by the visitors or at the away side, is considered the prize scalp, which is understandable, because also so much of this game is played in the head that if the other batsmen think, oh good grief, even Sir Alistair's finding it difficult, then what are we going to do? They would never admit it, of course. That's played backward of square on the offside for 4, and it was short of a length, and didn't misbehave, that delivery, and Cook got over it. And
if there is such a thing as a typical Alistair Cook shot, that was precisely it.
Yes.
That and the little nudge around
nudge
the
off
corner
the hip.
down off the hip.
Yes. And as I say, it's a shortish boundary. In fact, it's probably almost, but not quite, twice as long towards the pavilion as it is towards the popular side, as Henry moves in now and bowls to Cook, who lets that go through to the wicketkeeper.
I have just noticed, and I apologise to Somerset listeners for this, that there is no Lewis Gregory in this Somerset side. And
No.
Lewis Gregory is Somerset's leading wicket taker. He is presumably just being rested because he played captain Somerset in their T20 Blast win at Bristol on Friday night, so he does have this back condition which has to be managed.
As Henry has decided to go round the wicket to Cook now, and Cook immediately picks up another 4, down to more or less the same part of the ground, just backward of square on the offside, got over the top of the bounce and just nudged it down there. As I say, it doesn't need a big hit, but it's sped away to the boundary. So Cook moves on to 9. Nick Brown still has to open his account. 4 leg byes, making up 13 without loss. As Henry still pursuing the round the wicket mode of attack, and well, I think that's 4 more. These were not. They all look the same in the scorebook, as I always say, but these were far less convincing shot. Undoubtedly an edge that went through the slips. It wasn't a chance. It went along the ground, and it sped away across a pretty quick outfield for 4 runs. And so a productive over from Essex's point of view, and they've moved on to 17 without loss, of which Cook has 13. Brown still to open his account.
Yeah, Somerset will be pressing for an early breakthrough, because with the exception of Overton and Matt Henry, this is not the strongest attack they've ever put into the field. Missing Gregory and Siddle. Here's Overton in and bowls to Brown, who defends up to Shoaib Bashir. They're without they're without 3 international bowlers in Peter Siddle, Jack Leach and Lewis Gregory. So we've got Overton and Henry, and then Casey Aldridge and Josh Davey to bowl seam up, and Shoaib Bashir, the off spinner. This is on middle stump, just short of a length, and Brown up on his toes plays it firmly down into the onside of the pitch.
Now that we're back in the somewhat more relaxed atmosphere of Championship cricket, we would of course warmly welcome all your views on via email. We couldn't take them during the T20 matches because there just isn't time to do anything apart from describe what's going on. I'll remind you of the email address after this delivery.
Overton into Brown, and Brown shoulders arms, lifts his bat well out of the way. That ball outside the off stump.
Our email address, and we'd be delighted to hear from you. It's always interesting, fascinating to hear what the supporters think of things. BBC Essex Cricket, BBC Essex Cricket, all one string of God knows how many letters, at gmail.com, and that's, although there's Essex in the title, obviously we welcome contributions from Somerset listeners every bit as much, and anybody else.
Overton bowls outside the off stump. Yeah, just on the subject of the absence of Lewis Gregory. Who was it? Tim Eaton says, "Hi Anthony, I missed hearing why no Lewis Gregory for this game." And I think the answer has been provided by Chris Payne on Twitter. All the other quicks got breaks during T20. Gregory is getting his during the county championship. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the explanation. Gregory, of course, captain of the T20 Blast side. Overton in and bowls. This is cut away fiercely through the offside. That will run away for 4 runs. It's a long boundary on that side of the ground.
Oh, just made it.
And Shoaib Bashir will retrieve the ball from in front of, just to the left of the pavilion here. The unmistakably 1960s pavilion here.
Oh, yes.
At Chelmsford. It's one of the more curious constructions on county grounds around the country, is the Essex Pavilion.
And there's only one where Somerset are spoiled. They have
We've got
3
four.
or 4 now, so you can take your pick. 4.
Yes, Overton in and bowls and beats
Oh.
Brown, who groped rather for that, and the ball goes past the outside edge into the gloves of James Rue. That's the end of the 6th over. And Essex 21, 13 of those to Alistair Cook and 4 to Nick Brown.
And an indication as to just how what disparity there is between the size of the boundaries. I mean, that shot from Nick Brown seemed to come out in the middle of the bat more or less, and it did go for 4, but you know, the last couple of yards it was really running out of puff and it only just staggered over the line, so it's a long way out there. I think yeah, Henry is going to continue. Thought there was a change, but he was just moving his marker to continue to bowl round the wicket to Alistair Cook. Moves in now, right arm over the wicket, bowls. Oh, and a play and a miss from Cook. And interestingly, the keeper takes it tumbling away to his right. Bearing in mind, Cook's a left-hander.
A lot of action on that ball, bowling around the wicket to the left-hander, swinging it into him.
Yeah, and across. Well, no, in. So Henry again moves in, bowls, and that's just pushed out on the offside by Cook for a single. I was just wondering if these two, Cook and Henry, would have confronted each other at test level. How old's Matt Henry? Would he? Oh, it's right. I can look it up as well as you can.
He is 31.
Oh well, so yeah. I mean, Cook hasn't retired from the international scene 11 years, or no, so they could well have done, as that's just played defensively.
Not sure when Matt Henry, I think, is a fairly late developer in terms of test match cricket.
Yes. So he walks back to his mark. And moves in now. Bowls. And that's just played defensively, trickles down the offside. No addition to the score. Many years ago, and I mean many years ago, before I was married and before all these responsibilities of wife and family and things, I shared a flat in London with a chap called John Henry in New Zealand. I don't know how popular the surname Henry is in New Zealand, but I suppose it could have been a relative. Might try and ask Matt Henry sometime this week. As he moves in now and bowls, that's outside the off stump, goes through.
Yeah, they could have played against each other because Matt Henry made his New Zealand Test debut in 2015.
Oh, right.
And Alistair Cook obviously didn't retire until the end of the 2018 season.
Yeah, they may well have done. So one more delivery of this over, the 7th over remaining, and Henry moves in and bowls to Brown, who goes defensively solidly, gets behind it, just trickles back to the bowler. End of the over, And it would not be true to say Essex have been untroubled. They've been distinctly inconvenienced by several deliveries, but they haven't actually given a chance. And I don't think there's been an appeal that's had to be considered by either umpire. But it hasn't been plain sailing in the first 25 minutes, and Essex at 22 without loss.
Yeah, worrying for Somerset in the sense that their two opening bowlers have both bowled well, have both passed the outside edge on a number of occasions, but no wicket has fallen, and I suspect batting will get easier as the day wears on, as Overton is in to Cook, who just plays that into the onside. Josh Davey does the fielding. Josh Davey will, I suspect, be first change. Hasn't looked quite the Josh Davey of old this season. He's been troubled by a hamstring niggled as well. That Casey Aldridge looks the part, but just lacks an edge of pace. Overton bowls, and this one doesn't bounce as much as some, and it's well played by Alistair Cook from the crease, coming down quickly on that delivery. Tom Kohler-Cadmore just having a chat with umpire David Milnes. He's a good talker, is Tom Kohler-Cadmore, as indeed is David Milnes, who spoke at our West of England Cricket Society during the winter, and spoke very well, very interestingly as well. Craig Overton to Cook, and beats him again without getting that vital outside edge. Overton plods back, kicks at the crease. He's always having trouble with the footholds, is Craig Overton, as indeed does his twin brother Jamie when he's fit enough to bowl.
Yes, you're talking about the umpires. There was a time when umpires were on the England selection panel, and I thought, that was a very good idea, because nobody sees more county cricketers and at such close distance as the umpires.
Yep. Overton bowls, Cook comes across his stumps and plays that out into the offside. Shoaib Bashir fields another good, accurate, probing, challenging over this from Craig Overton's 6'5" of Devonian beef.
But the practice of having umpires as selectors was discontinued, and like most things involving the hierarchy of cricket, never explained, just they quietly disappear.
Craig Overton is in and bowls, and Alistair Cook almost jumps into a defensive shot. One more ball of the 10th over. Is it? No, 8th over it is. 8th over. Somerset bowling 8 overs in half an hour with 2 quick bowlers on. It's good going by modern standards. It's been dreadful in the Test match, hasn't it?
Yes.
The over rate. Lost well over 30 overs so far, and both sides equally guilty from what I could see. Here's Overton into... and comes off the edge and goes all along the ground. Picked up in the gully. It wasn't a chance, but it was most certainly a false shot. But again, for Craig Overton, as it was for Matt Henry, close but no cigar. 22 without loss after the first 8 overs.
Yes, as regards over rates, very famously, one of the records in the books is that in 1948, I think it was, the touring Australians scored 721 runs in a day against Essex. Essex always point out they were the only side at all, including England, who bowled the Aussies out in a day, but it cost them 721 runs. Come back to that after this delivery from Matt Henry. That goes zipping through, beats Cook,
Brown
rather.
Was at Leighton, presumably, was it?
Sorry?
Was that at Leighton?
No, it was at South Church Park in Southend. And one of the less publicised, but almost as remarkable statistics is that in those days they bowled 3 sessions of strictly 2 hours. None of this how many overs in a day. So 6 hours cricket. And Essex somehow, although the ball was disappearing all over southeast Essex, as the next delivery comes in bowled, They bowl outside the off stump, go through to the keep. They bowled 129 overs in 6 hours of cricket. So that's an average of, 21 and a bit per hour. Ask any professional cricketer to bowl 21 overs an hour now, and they'll be applying to the PCA, their trade union, for help. It's an absolutely remarkable statistic. I wasn't there, I hasten to add, contrary to general belief, as that's outside the off stump.
I think it probably went over the top of the off
I
stump.
think it probably did. There again. Oh yes, we do now have the. Thank you to Ghost. Apparently, is the nickname by which he's known. Well, I assume it's a nickname. I doubt if any parent would be cruel enough to give their son a nickname of Ghost or first name of Ghost. But yeah, thanks Ghost for mending our telly. And as with so many things in life, the more sophisticated they are, whether it be televisions or cars, they're wonderful when they work, and that's outside the off stump, and bamboozling when they don't. So 4 deliveries gone of this over. After the next 2, I'll make way. Excuse me, and Anthony will be joined by Don Topley.
That ball took the outside edge of Nick Brown's bat and just landed short of Craig Overton at second slip.
I didn't realise that.
Yeah, it wasn't a chance.
No, otherwise it'd have been a lot more.
He just took it on the half volley.
And that's also taken the edge, and it goes through. Well, it doesn't go through it.
That's Lammonby fielding.
It's fielded.
Third
slips.
Fourth slip even.
22 without loss. 14 to Cook. 4 to Brown. You're listening to commentary on or via BBC Essex and BBC Somerset. As Henry moves in now, bowls to Brown, and he has the luxury of allowing that to go by outside the off stump. So, the end of the over, the end of my first stint of this match. I'm doing 3 of the 4 days, and Essex, having won the toss and chosen to bat, are 22 without loss.
Matt Henry's figures: 5 overs, 3 maidens, none for 13. He's bowled really well. He's bowling fast from the Hayes Close end on a pitch which is showing signs of variable bounce. But I suspect, as I said earlier, it will get easier as the day wears on. Craig Overton then to bowl another over, and this is driven and well fielded by Tom Kohler-Cadmore at mid-on. Normally at first slip. He's presumably sustained some sort of hand injury in the T20 blast, which precludes him fielding in the slips. Good morning, Don.
Good morning, Anthony, and a very warm welcome to Chelmsford, sunny Chelmsford.
Warm it is. It's the warmest I think I've ever known it here. Overton in bowls, and there won't be a run here as Cook plays it to Shuaib Bashir. What have you made of the pitch so far?
There's a little bit of bounce with the new ball, as you would expect, but it's not particularly green. It's just a little grassy. So white grass. Green grass often gives movement. White grass just gives a bit more bounce, and Overton's enjoyed going up the hill where there is a little bit more bounce. He's bowled nicely, but at the other end you've got your Kiwi, who's bowled very nicely this morning.
Overton in bowls to Cook, and there'll be a single here as Bashir has to move to his right from mid-off rather. Yeah, Matt Henry is genuinely quick, isn't he?
He's got that sort of fast twitch. It's very quick arm action.
Yeah.
He runs in, and before you know it, he's on you.
Yeah.
Very quick arm action. I don't know if I may have said this to you before, but I went out on the pitch and met up with him because I know him from his, well, he spent a year playing for St Joseph's College in Ipswich.
Oh, right. Overton in bowls and takes on the pad. Not a particularly convincing appeal. Let's just have a look at the replay. I think it pitched outside the leg stump. I think that was the problem with it. Might very well have gone on to hit the stumps, but I think Overton knew that he'd just got it slightly wrong, just looking to angle it across the left-hander.
Yeah, pitched outside.
Pitched outside. Would have hit middle and leg. But Overton to Brown. He's in bowls. And Brown comes watchfully forward, defends it out into the offside. There's a decent crowd here at the Cloud FM County Ground. Is it still called, or is it just the Cloud?
Just the Cloud
Just
now.
the Cloud.
We dropped the FM bit. Nothing to do with the radio station or anything like that. But it's the Cloud County Ground, Chelmsford. Yes, a lot of our members will be in church just at this moment, taking communion. They're a very royal, very nice bunch of cricket supporters.
Well known for it. As Overton is in bowls, this is driven but not timed. Yes, it's. I mean, for a T20 game, the nearest thing to Taunton when Somerset are at home under the lights is Chelmsford when Essex are here under the lights.
Well,
There's not much to choose between them in terms of raucousness.
And I'm saying this in a nice way. You have the added benefit of an occasional cider festival as well, don't you?
The last one when they ran out of cider.
Didn't make any difference there.
It is. I mean. Yeah. I think T20 cricket in a ground like this,
yes.
When the crowd are close to the players, there's a tremendous atmosphere.
Matt Henry to continue from the Hayes close end, bowls right arm round the wicket and squares Brown up, and it goes through. Genuine play and miss. Matt Henry, just explaining a little bit more. When he came on a scholarship to St Joseph's College in Ipswich, where my school at the time, I was in charge of the Royal Hospital School, used to play them. There was a local derby, him and Rhys Topley played against each other at that early age, but he also played for Halstead in the Essex, in the East Anglian Premier, I think it was back then. So he knows a little bit about club cricket. Another dot ball, this time by Brown, who plays into the offside, no run. I welcomed him back this morning at the crease. I'll put a picture out where we had a little selfie together, and it was really nice talking about his old times. He's delighted to be back in East Anglia. Matt Henry, round the wicket to Brown. Brown comes forward, he walks his shot, drives it up to mid-off, there is no run.
If you were a club batsman coming in, you see Matt Henry at the end of his mark, it'd give you pause for thought, wouldn't it?
Yeah, he did. He played for Halstead, which is on the edge of the sort of Essex-Suffolk border, and very near Sudbury. Sudbury and Halstead are almost sort of twinned with each other. Halstead is Essex, Sudbury is in Suffolk. Staying with the thought of Suffolk just in a moment, as Henry comes in, 3 slips awaiting. This is one not kept low, just a little bit fuller, but he didn't come as far forward that time, did Brown. You have another Suffolk gentleman in your ranks today.
Josh Davey.
Josh Davey. So there is a little bit of Eastern in the Somerset side today.
Born in Aberdeen, so everybody says, oh, Josh Davey, the Scotsman. But
Josh McDavey, yeah, that's right.
His father worked in the oil industry and just happened to be in Aberdeen when Josh was born.
Round the wicket, that's a genuine play and miss. Genuine play and miss. Looked a good delivery as he played quite an expansive drive, and it's just come back, and it certainly moved quite late to that delivery. Decent delivery all round.
Yep.
I mean, Somerset probably would have batted as well. It's a used wicket. It was used in a second 11 T20 and a Sunrisers games. And I'm sure the groundsmen down in Taunton and Hove and Chelmsford are challenged by how much cricket is now played on their squares. This time, Brown does come forward. It's the last ball of the over. Excellent over from Matt Henry. Essex, having opted to bat this morning, are 23 for no wicket off 11 overs.
Yeah, Matt Henry, 6 overs, 4 maidens, none for 13, but no breakthrough for Somerset. Alistair Cook hasn't been having one of his greatest seasons so far. 366
Still leading? Is he leading?
runs.
No, is it Wesley now? Wesley's leading.
Wesley is the leading run scorer,
Yep.
and also tops the Essex averages, 574 runs at 52. Alistair Cook, 366 runs at 33, which by his standards, with a first-class average of over 45, is, well, I suspect it's more a testament to the nature of the wickets and the weather that early county championship matches have been played on, rather than any fading of Alistair Cook's powers. This is Aldridge coming into the attack from the river end.
Not seen a lot of him.
He
Local lad?
he comes from Bristol, South
Does he?
Bristol. Yeah.
So did he slip through Gloucestershire's nets?
Well, he went to school at Millfield,
Oh,
so he
fair
was in
enough.
that sort of Somerset
Yep.
culture. He's in a bowls outside the off stump.
Looks like just seeing 2 deliveries. Quite a shoulder bowler.
Yep.
Big strong shoulder at the last minute.
He's 6'4", 6'5"
Is he?
inches tall. He has got a good pair of shoulders on him. He's filled out in the last couple of years. He's 22 now.
Oh, right. He's
But
bags of time.
still in the category of promising. He's bowling to Nick Brown. He's there and bowls a long way outside the off stump. But his wickets, the wickets that he's taken, 25 of them in first-class cricket so far, have cost him 40 runs apiece.
Well, you would expect and hope to bring that down to, well, the late 20s or, mid 20s maybe if he has a good season, or he needs to get that down. 40 is quite expensive just for the moment.
Aldridge in and bowls, and defensive shot from Nick Brown. On the other hand, he is second in the Somerset batting averages.
Oh, is there a few knockouts there?
Well, 243. He got 100 in that farcical matchup farcical innings up at Old Trafford when Somerset decided not to declare, and Lancashire bowled their joke bowlers.
There were a few gimme runs.
And he and James Rue both scored centuries. This is driven. It'll be fielded by Cola Cadmore. Very interesting, neither of them celebrated when they reached their hundreds. They just sort of shrugged their shoulders, and it was a very, very poor passage of cricket.
Yeah, I understand that, and okay.
But he is a more than useful. He's got runs for Somerset when they really needed them, particularly in the first game against Warwickshire. And did that carry to Ben Green?
I'm not sure. I think he went with soft hands there, to his credit.
I can't really see from
No,
the
you
replay.
can't. Good bit of, probably his best ball of the over.
Ben Green on 4. I'm not sure. Probably. No, it's not Matt Henry. He's going to come in and bowl another over, I think. Craig Overton out there. I think he's on for Big Craig.
Is he?
Yep. Yeah, because Craig Overton would normally be in the slips, and he ain't.
Casey Aldridge in the slips. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he's had a few.
He's very good fielder, either in the slips or in the outfield.
I mean, that's the difference today, isn't it, Andy? These bowlers, tall, big bowlers, are athletes, brilliant fielders. Matt Henry in, short of a length. Brown plays off the back foot. Good-looking shot off the back foot into the offside and to the shortened boundary, where there is 4 runs. Good shot there by Brown off the back foot.
Yeah. Too short from Matt Henry. Didn't really get up either.
Ball is now in his 13th over. Essex won an important toss because I really feel both sides will want to get first innings runs. This time it's driven. It's fairly full. It's driven with an open face bat into the offside, and it goes through sort of backward point for 4. So Brown collects 2 boundaries in succession. One was a bit of an iffy ball, but the last one wasn't too bad a ball, really.
Yeah. But maybe 1 over too many.
This is his 7th from the Hayes close end. Round the wicket again to Brown. He comes in, and this is played on the front foot. Back to the bowler, no run. Yeah, we've really struggled with the weather in the east. Normally, I, like the tourist industry, really do go to town on how good the weather is in the east of England. But this particular summer, I've never known anything like.
Well, it's that easterly wind, isn't it?
Straight off the North Sea. It's been horrid, really has. It's been miserable. This time, short ball. Brown plays into the offside. High. He takes single. Cook calls back his partner for a second. Brown gets 2. 34 for no wicket. Yeah, it really has been horrid. It's been quite dry, but cold with the wind.
Well, we had torrential rain on May the 9th, and lots of villages in South Somerset were quite badly flooded, flash flooding. And since then, we've hardly had a drop of rain.
In he comes, the international New Zealander, bowls a decent ball. Brown negotiates it and plays it into the offside. There is no run. So both teams would have wanted to bat, I'm sure, Anthony, and both teams will put a little bit of pressure that the best time to get it is in the first innings. And Essex will know that, and they will put a value. They will certainly play the odd shot, but it's important they get them in the first innings. Matt Henry bowls. There's an LBW shout, but Nigel Long, the former Kent off spinner, is not interested, and he calls over at 34 for no wicket off 13 overs.
Good shout, maybe just going down. Could see why the umpire gave it not out. This is looking rather ominous. Oh dear, we've lost the video connection. This is looking rather ominous for Somerset. They've got a weakened attack in the absence of Peter Siddle and Lewis Gregory. And if Henry, and the pictures have come back, Henry and Overton can't get a wicket, it's hard to see Aldridge and Josh Davey, let alone the 19-year-old off-spinner Shoaib Bashir.
Tell me a little bit more about him.
He comes from Surrey originally as Aldridge in a bowls, and this is tucked off his hip by Alistair Cook down to fine leg for 4 runs. Score moves on to 34 without loss. He arrived in Somerset at the start of last season and played quite a lot of cricket for the Seconds last season and impressed some good judges, and was given a 1-year contract which has just been extended by 2 years, and he picked up 3 wickets in the last game against Gloucestershire on Friday evening. Not that that's much of a measure of how good a cricketer you're going to be in first class cricket. That's outside the off stump through the wicketkeeper, no shot. But he's thought highly of. He's tall, slender.
We all were at that age.
Talking of tall and slender, how's Reece getting on?
He's just started his return to bowling off, walkthroughs and gentle ones. But the worry for him...
Here's Aldridge in a bowls, and this is tucked down, squarer this time, down to Matt Henry, who's waiting for it at long leg. It's just a single, 39 without loss.
I think he will get back to bowling quicker than he will with his fielding. And the worry is, as we talked about these tall, athletic, fast bowlers, the worry for him will be if he's allowed to field, can field, and if he could be hidden in the field.
Aldridge in and bowls, and this again is turned down to Matt Henry at long leg. He's not getting his line right, Casey Aldridge. He's bowling too much.
Too straight.
Leg side. And what exactly is the nature of his injury?
Right, he was playing for the Royal Challengers Bangalore in the IPL, and he fielded a dived, stopped the ball, as they all do today. Look at the 2 Overtons, how big and athletic they are.
Here's Aldridge in and bowls. No shot from Cook.
And he dived and saved it, but he ripped a bit of his rotator cuff. He dislocated his shoulder, and he had a fracture of the humerus bone.
Blimey.
From a dive.
Yeah, and the trouble is they're expected to throw themselves around in the field these days, aren't they?
They are indeed. Fielding is massive.
Aldridge bowls. Cook tucks this away for 4 runs. Casey Aldridge, well, looks thoughtful as he stops in mid-pitch, but there's no future in bowling on Alistair Cook's leg stump. And that's 4 more runs, and Essex 44 now without loss. 16 to Nick Brown, 24 to Alistair Cook, and as I said just now, this is looking rather ominous for Somerset.
And there's another problem or another issue Reese will have to negotiate, because I think Somerset and Surrey will probably qualify for the T20 Blast quarter-finals. And if he was fit, you know, the likes of Batty and Alex Stewart will probably also try and reward the people that have gotten there, which is fully understandable, and Reese fully accepts that, because if he was to be fit for the quarter-finals, if, that's a big if, or even finals day, the problem you've got is he's not going to get too much bowling overs into his legs before then, to be honest. Well, Josh Davey enters the attack from the Hayes close end. He's right arm round the wicket to Brown. Brown drives Davies' first ball and he pierces the infield, and that goes to the extra cover boundary for 4. Good shot, just slightly full. Maybe that was his loosener.
Well, it was a real lollipop, wasn't it? Just half volley floated up outside the off stump. Thank you very much.
I'm sure the next one won't be quite as full.
He's not the bowler that he was, I don't think, Josh Davey.
Can I defend the bowlers, the opposition bowlers, to a degree? Davey is in, and it wasn't quite as full. Still comes forward, plays it into the offside, no run. Taunton is quite an easy ground to get used to, because there's no major slopes. If you've never been out at Chelmsford,
It's quite a slope, yeah.
There's a slope that goes that way to across from our left to our right towards the pavilion. Slight accent there, but there is a huge slope from the Hayes close end to our river end, and when you bowl at the river end you have to go up quite an accent there. Davey, right arm round the wicket, played into the offside, there is no run. I always think it takes a few overs to get used to where Josh Davey is. He's running down the slope, and as you come down the slope, when you get to the umpire you end up going up to the crown of the square, and it takes you a couple of overs to get it right. If you play here religiously as a home player, you get used to them very quickly and easily, but as an away cricketer it's a little difficult. Davey round the wicket, Brown drives and he takes a quick single. Davey on his follow through or with his left hand tries to prevent the ball going for a single. He can't, but mid on and mid off do well to ensure there isn't 2 runs. 1 more run to Brown, 1 to Essex. Score 49 for no wicket.
Yeah, he didn't play in this match, the equivalent match last season, Josh Davey. Much to his relief, I think he probably had a hamstring injury at the time when Essex got 500 and Somerset replied with 600.
Cool. Davey, right arm round, driven up to mid on, which is fielded well, no run. Better delivery, quite full, trying to see if there's a bit of movement off the deck, but also trying to find a bit of movement in the air with a maybe a little bit of swing. Giving it a chance.
Not much of a day for a swing though, is it? I mean, it's hot out there.
Not much of a east. There is still a little easterly wind going across, so it would help. The in-swinger to the left-hander for Davey, perhaps. In he comes. At the crease, bowls, driven into the offside. That's going to run away through the netting wickets, all the way to cover for 4 more runs. 53 for no wicket, and that is 15 overs this morning, and we've had the best part of 50 minutes.
Yeah. I fear the writing is on the wall. 9 runs from that Josh Davey over, which included 2 half volleys. And even though I take Don's point about having to get used to the slope here, it wasn't a great opening over. Casey Aldridge will be running up the hill to bowl to Nick Brown. The slip cordon has been thinned out. We've got first slip, second slip and 5th slip as Aldridge is in and bowls outside the off stump.
From the river end you normally get a little bit more bounce. I used to bowl this end and I enjoyed the little bit of bounce, especially if you're a tallish bowler. Sometimes it's harder work. Normally here, Anthony, the prevailing wind would come over would be a westerly, would come over the executive boxes, so it would help your away swing from this bottom end.
Aldridge in and bowls outside the off stump. No shot from.
Wouldn't surprise you
Brown.
to hear that John Lever, Mark Eilert, two left armers used to like the Hayes close end, and they would get used to that slope. And when you bowl one end and go the other end, it really, you just have to be careful about your body position, because from the Hayes close end running down the slope, you can run away with yourself a little bit. You can get carried away.
Aldridge in and bowls outside the off stump. Yes, John Lever, what a fine bowler he was.
Was big heart, swing bowler.
Unlucky not to
Play more
play
tests.
more test matches.
Well, there was some
But there
great
were some
bowlers,
good bowlers
weren't there?
around at the time. That was the trouble.
Hendrick, Old,
Yeah. Willis.
Horse Arnold, Ian Botham, Graham Dilley.
Aldridge in bowls to Brown, who tucks that into a gap on the onside. Kohler Cadmore moves to his left from mid-off to do
Bob
the fielding.
Willis.
Yeah, Bob Willis.
Oh,
indeed.
how did I forget that name? Bob Willis. Who else was there? Neil Foster.
Yeah, also of this parish.
There were some tremendous bowlers of that era.
Aldridge then to Alistair Cook. He's there and bowls a full length, and Cook could have had a drive at that, resisted whatever temptation there was.
And of course, the other thing to mention, and you would know this better because your boys are in the field, it was only a day or so ago they were finishing a T20 in the evening, weren't they?
Yep.
So there's not been much rest and recovery.
Aldridge in and bowls and played firmly up to Shoaib Bashir at mid-off. But having said that, and there's been a lot of discussion about this on Twitter and various other platforms over the last couple of days. I mean, in your day, you play 2 3-day county championship games in a week, and then
And a
go off
Sunday
up
league.
to Headingley to play a 40
Yeah.
over Sunday league game.
As
And
you're
it
our
wasn't-
guest today, I'm not going to jump in too harshly. It was a totally different era. These boys, if Craig Overton doesn't hit the gloves, they want to know why. Back in our day, Lever, Topley, Foster, Norbert Phillip, whoever, Derek Pringle, we covered for each other, and you were almost on empty. These boys are not really often on empty. Josh Davey starting his second over, he bowls, that's a better length. It's an inside edge though from Brown. Brown hits it, gets 2 runs as Fine Leg has to move the best part of 30 metres squarer to retrieve the ball. There Essex get 2 more. 56 for no wicket. So I agree with you, it was an entirely different era. We bowled so many more overs. Shall I give you a stat?
Do.
Can I can't give you the exact stat, but at the age of 29, I had basically bowled twice as many match overs as my son. Yep. Davey round the wicket to Brown. Brown plays with the full face of the bat up to mid off. There is no run. It's just an entirely different game today. Really is. And I know people from the older era cherish the memories of that older era, but it's almost a different sport today. What's your thoughts?
Well, I hear what you say. I mean, the 40 over Sunday league games didn't always have the intensity that 20 over blast games have.
Correct. Davey, good ball. This time full face of the bat,
But
soft hands,
But
no
you were
run.
bowling 8 overs rather than 4.
Yep,
And I don't, I watched a lot of Sunday league cricket and I
Yeah.
thoroughly enjoyed it.
it was a
And
great
it was,
competition.
It was played hard.
It was, and with Viv Richards, Ian Botham,
Yeah,
gosh,
yeah.
there were some crackerjack players. I must say, for me, the old John Player League, I can't remember when it changed to, was it the AXA 50 over or something? Anyway, Josh Davies around the wicket to Brown. Brown clips into the leg side. This is going to go to the long boundary at the executive boxes here at Chelmsford for 4, and that's a long retrieve for the Somerset fielder. Super shot, went and clipped it beautifully off his legs for 4. But I used to find 8 overs in the Sunday League where you're trying to hit high on the bat, hit the splice. I found, and all the running around you did as fielders, I was more shattered from 8 overs on a Sunday League game than I was 20 on the Monday or the Saturday.
Yeah.
That's the harsh reality. But we used to cover for each other. So if Anthony Gibson had a bit of a back twinge today, I would bowl a few of your overs. That's how it was back in the day. Josh Davey in now. This is driven into the leg side where they've put a fielder. They've taken out the 3rd slip. They've now got 2 slips and a short mid-wicket on the catch. For Brown, Cook hasn't faced much of Davey yet.
No, just looking up. He's only played 1 game here before, first-class game, Josh Davey. So he's not particularly used to the slope. Just picked up the 1 wicket in that game.
Round the wicket, in he comes, he bowls. This is short into the leg side where the new fielders found the ball at short mid-wicket, and that concludes the end of the over. 60 for no wicket, 60 for no wicket off 17 overs.
And I think it concludes my spell on the microphone, and I'll make way for Dick Davis.
Thank you, Anthony. And of course, when we talk about other slopes around the world or in England, you've got Headingley. That's often talked about. Lords. Hove is a huge accent. Chelmsford not often mentioned in the same bracket really, but believe me, there is a substantial slope running from sight screen to sight screen, and then an accent that runs away towards the pavilion. So you do have to get used to that. Bashir into the attack early to have a little look. It's a new one for me. He made, I think, his debut recently in the T20, and he bowled nicely, got a few wickets. I think he got 3. It's a name that I hadn't seen before in the Somerset list, but he's now here at Chelmsford playing in a first-class fixture, and he's come on after 17 overs. He's at the river end, and we welcome back Dick Davis, who... Dick, good morning to you, sir.
Good morning, Don. Good morning,
Bashir.
listeners.
And of course, Dick, we're always happy to interact with emails and stuff.
Yeah, but I've just looked. Again, we haven't had any, but I expect people, those who are listening to us, are probably listening while they're doing the gardening or something, some other activity. That's the great joy of radio. Of course, you can do other things at the same time, but it's sorry.
Bashir, who bowls his first off-spin delivery of the morning, and it's just pushed by Cook. Out into the offside, there is no run. Nice tall action, typical. You can see the pivot on his front foot as he tries to turn the ball round the wicket. Here he comes, second ball, little shorter.
Ooh.
That's bounced. There's an appeal from James Rew behind the stumps, but he really was the lone call, wasn't it?
Yes, he was, totally.
And then there was the last minute, Bashir sort of turns and asks the umpire. That bounced from the youngster. Well, this will be an education for him, bowling to Sir Alistair Cook. Cook facing, Bashir bowls, driven in with the open face bat into cover. There is no run.
Yeah, I'll repeat the email at the end of the over. It's a bit not really time when there's a slow bowler bowling.
Turns is just a chat with his captain, who comes to sort of short mid on. We're going to see Abel now move a little straighter because I think it's Casey Aldridge going into gully. We've taken, yeah, he's going to go to gully. We've taken bat pad on the leg side out. He's moved to mid off, and Abel just has moved a little squarer. We've got a boundary fielder at deep cover. She bowls, this turns. Now, I'll have to have a look. Was that an edge? We are not behind the arm today, but that may have just turned a fraction. Great delivery there. Well, Cook. It's been a good over so
Yes.
far,
4 dots.
of which 2 have been dangerous deliveries for Cook. Bit more air. Cook waits, plays on the front foot into the covers, and there is no run. 60 for no wicket. We're in the 18th over. Essex won the toss and opted to bat. I think both teams would have done that today. We've got technically 4 days of good weather, hot weather. Another decent delivery. Well bowled. That's his opening over. Super over. A little bit of applause here from both Somerset and Essex fans. And Essex are on 60 for no wicket. And that was a maiden over, Dick.
Yes, it was. Yes, he's. I'm just looking him up. He's only 19. As Anthony said, he was born in Chertsey in Surrey. Played for went to Fullbrook School and Woking College. And yeah, if that first over's anything to go by, he's a lad with great promise.
Yeah.
Yes, BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. If you want to communicate with us, whether you're an Essex supporter, a Somerset supporter, a cricket supporter, Australian supporter. I met a couple on the tube yesterday. As the next delivery, Davey bowling. That's just played solidly, very solidly by by Brown, beg your pardon, and his. And no addition to the score of 60 without loss. So Essex have made a good start, little over the hour, and they're going at more or less a run a minute. And the risk of tempting fate from the Essex point of view, some of the demons of the first 20 minutes or so seem to have disappeared, but they could always just return as Davey moves in round the wicket to the left-handed Brown, who plays out to wideish mid-off. No addition to the score.
So Bracewell injured his shoulder in the warm-up today and is currently being assessed by the medical team. Shane Snater is simply being rested today.
Yep. Brown and Cook each on 28. As next delivery comes in now. Right arm round the wicket to Brown, who whips that away through the leg side, and it crosses the boundary now just down by the sycamore tree at wideish long on for 4 runs, slightly erring in direction, and half volley more or less that Brown dispatched. Brown dispatched.
India 213 for 7.
Oh, that's going to be over fairly shortly, I would have thought. 7 down.
Who are?
India.
Oh, right.
Mm.
Yes, I was surprised and a bit disappointed to see them not put up a better fight. Well, I'm not suggesting they're not. No, fight is the wrong word. Better performance. I'm sure they're fighting like nobody's business, but that's just pushed out in the offside.
Keen on the Ashes. I would like to have seen Australia bowling themselves into the dirt, or India making them bowl into the dirt for as long as possible. That would have been quite nice for the English to see the Australians bowl for a day and a half, 2 days maybe.
Yes, I'm sure that wasn't the uppermost thought in India's mind, but that's just short of a length, cracked away, but it sounded correct, and I must admit I was looking towards the boundary, but it was played straight to the fielder. Maybe it wasn't quite timed to perfection, otherwise he'd been looking to hit it through the gap between point and cover. And the first test is at Edgbaston, Birmingham.
Yes. Lots of people are looking forward to it. It could be a great series, but my word, as people often who follow me, I'll be worried about the bowlers because they're back-to-back tests.
As let's play defensively. just forward of square, no addition to the score. So Essex progressed by 4 during that over. A nice boundary from Brown. He has 32 to his name, Cook 28, and Essex, having won the toss and unsurprisingly chosen to bat on a glorious day. I think probably wherever you're listening, whether it happens to be in Essex, Somerset or all points in between, it's probably an equally glorious day. At last summer has arrived. Essex are 64 without loss.
And just to confirm the two teams that are playing today, in terms of the Essex team, it's going to be Brown and Cook, and then Wesley the captain at 3, Paul Walter at 4. Probably Paul Walter gets the nod because he's been playing quite well in the T20.
Well, certainly has had a heck of a game down at Cardiff Arms Park, Sophia Gardens.
As Bashir bowls and played into the offside. Cook gets a quick single, sensible single there. He's played it wide enough of Abel to, who couldn't prevent the single. So Bashir concedes his first run. No, it wasn't a bad ball at all. Nick Brown to face the spinner, who's bowling right arm round the wicket to the two left-handers with a slip and a gully. He bowls a nice paced delivery there for the off spinner, who Brown respects it and plays it back to the bowler. No run. Tall, you can see he pivots in order to try and get more purchase on the ball. A little bit shorter, played off the back foot, sensible shot as it beats Abel in the offside. It goes out all the way towards the boundary where there is a defender on the boundary beneath the player's balcony, and there is 1 run. So they rotate, still bowling to a left-hander, but this time it's Cook on strike. Cook has 29, Brown has 33. Bashir, right arm round, soft hands, plays an immaculate forward defensive by Cook, and there is no run.
I wonder how many times he's played that shot in his career.
Cool. And it's still model, it's a textbook shot.
Certainly is.
Get past that. Bashir bowls. A little bit quicker. Cook plays with a slightly open face bat, playing with the spin sensibly and smartly. There is no run. Good toss to win this, Dick.
Undoubtedly, yes, as we've both been saying throughout the morning, yes.
I went out and had a look, and it looks a good surface to bat on. Bit of bounce with the new ball. Little bit of air this time. Brown waits, Cook waits for it, plays with an open face bat. 2 good overs from this young off spinner, Somerset spinner. He'll be very proud of that because it's not easy bowling spin in the professional game, and he's got a couple of balls to turn, but listen, he's bowled very nicely. Essex a 66 for no wicket, and that is the 20th over.
And he's had the, okay, it doesn't count in scorebooks or anything like that, but he knows he's had a certain feather in his cap, or earned a feather in his cap by definitely getting the better of Cook once or twice.
Definitely. So I got down to Critchley at 5, Cushy 6, Harmer 7, Buttleman 8, Allison 9, Cook 10, Porter 11. Sadly, there's no room today for Robin Das.
No. So anybody who's bought a card, the only difference basically is Allison for Bracewell.
Shall I read out?
As Bracey moves in and bowls, slightly overpitched and
Giving it away.
Giving it away totally. I thought at first he'd hit it hard into the ground and then it had gone to the fielder, but as sadly happens too frequently. Brown seems to be going well and then gets out in the most, well, I think you said soft dismissal. It's the great Dan Maskell, tennis commentator, used to use the phrase an unforced error, and to my mind that was an unforced error. It was just I don't know, it's
well, he made 33. The new ball caused him a bit of inconvenience. They bowled nicely at him, but he's seen it off. He'd pray, he'd bite your hand off to have an opportunity to bat on a pitch in a situation like this, no Peter Siddle, and it's an opportunity for him to get runs, and he has simply given it away.
Yes, I agree entirely.
66 for 1.
And he will know it more than anyone. Caught by Cola Cadmore. And,
We were both sort of surprised by
well,
it.
yes, at the moment it happened, I sort of couldn't quite believe it. As I say, at first I thought he must have hit it hard into the ground. He wouldn't just sort of dolly it up to a short extra cover at shoulder height. But he had.
It was almost like a throwdown ball
Yeah.
that just mis-executed, and he's hit it in the air to mid-off. I can't describe it any other way. He'll be brutally disappointed because this is the day you dream of batting all day in the sun and trying to grind the opposition into the dirt. Just a quick mention about Somerset. Their team and their batting order may well be Lammonby, Dixon, Abel, Bartlett, Cola Cadmore, Rue, Aldrich, Overton, Davy, Henry and Bashir.
So Essex's first wicket put on 60, and then it was 66. And then it really sort of came out of the blue and took everybody by surprise. And Brown himself just sort of stood there and couldn't believe what he'd done. So it's Davy to continue with having taken 1 for 19 off his 19 deliveries. So that tells a story. Not quite sure what that story be, but it tells a story. As he moves in now and bowls. First right-handed batsman we've seen. Both the openers are left-handed. The skipper Tom Wesley plays immaculately defensively off the back foot. Shuffles down the wicket, pace or half, but then still plays it off the back foot out into the covers.
To put it another way, Dick, the opening bowlers bowled nicely this morning. Overton and the Kiwi bowled very nicely, and they've just watched Davy pick up a wicket at mid-off.
Yes, quite. Yes. As Davy turns, moves in from the Hayes close end, past the umpire, bowls, and Wesley plays pleasantly and non-productively, but trying to score runs on the leg side, which is always the side that Wesley favours, and not just because it's the short side at the moment, but that's his almost natural shot. And as we've said many a time in batting, well, maybe in life, your weaknesses and your strengths can be one and the same thing. And he was rather found at England level a few years ago, opening himself up too frequently to try and turn the ball on the leg side. And that's played solidly, defensively, head over the ball, trickles out to mid-off.
Well, we're not in line, Dick, because obviously normally the pitches where we're playing today are traditionally the List A wickets or T20 wickets. We're playing quite just past the middle of the square, and we're 11 strips over to the right, so we're not behind the arm by any means. It's going to be a very long offside boundary towards the pavilion.
Certainly is. Davy to Wesley, and Wesley has picked up 4 runs to his favoured leg side now. Just sort of whipped it off his hip, bit a la Cook almost, and although Cook would have is more inclined to nudge it backward of square rather than fractionally forward. But yeah, Wesley is underway with 4 to his name, and Essex move on to 70 for 1.
Yeah, good shot. Always the danger if you just err, bowling a little too straight at Tom Wesley. He has great balance. He plays into the leg side. He's well known for his leg side play.
Unsurprisingly, the square leg is pushed back onto the boundary.
Giving him the 1.
Yeah. As Davy moves in and bowls to Wesley. Again, plays out on the leg side, but only in defensive mode, and it trickles out to mid-wicket. So 5 deliveries of the over gone, from the first of which Josh Davy picked up the wicket of Nick Brown.
You're welcome to interact with us on Twitter. on the BBC Essex Cricket Twitter, or indeed at Toppers Senior, Anthony Gibson, and Dick will give you the email to hit us by email.
Yes, that's whipped away on the leg side down towards the boundary at long leg, just in front of the scoreboard, and it's just a single. And Wesley will keep the strike because it's the end of the over. Yep, Essex, no, yes, start again. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com. I don't indulge in Twitter.
Well, the Twitter for BBC Essex Sport, or the cricket today, is at BBC Essex Sport, or if you want to hit Anthony Gibson, it's at Ant Gib, or myself is at Toppers SNR, Toppers Senior. Yep, we've had Duncan Stonehouse, who was pleased to hear about the news of our Australian, Bracewell. He sustained an injury to his shoulder before the start of play, so that upset
He's a New Zealander, isn't he?
Yeah, what did I say?
Australia.
Oh, did I? Sorry, yeah.
God, yeah, that's quite
Geography's not my strong point.
Well, no, but I mean...
Don't know what is. Go on, you were going to say.
No, I wasn't. I was going to say that to confuse an Australian and a New Zealander, they wouldn't like that.
But, you know, when you have an injury, it gives an opportunity, as Duncan Stonehouse has said. It's an opportunity now for Ben Allison. Bashir, long discussion with his captain. We're bowling to the right-hander for the first time. He's changed his attack. He's now over the wicket. And we have three men round the bat. Leg slip, bat pad and a conventional slip. He bowls, giving it a bit of air. It's well fielded by Abel at short mid-wicket. Well done, the captain, leading his troops there. Very good delivery. Good shot, I might add, and an excellent piece of fielding.
Yes, it was. Yep.
In he comes, tall, right arm over the wicket, bit shorter, played into the leg side, it cannons off, not a chance I might add, off the bat pad on the leg side, and there is no run. My first reaction, just, you know, look, it's a big call, but I like what I see with this lad as an off spinner.
Yes, he does look good.
His third over, bowls, driven into the offside, and there is no run. He's bowling with a hardish ball, 21 overs old. Something to work with, most definitely. Young lad. Bowls, driven into the offside by Wesley. That's a good looking shot.
It is.
He's come on the front foot. He's just opened it slightly. It was quite full. No danger there for Tom Wesley. And he drives through extra cover. Great shot for 4.
Yes, as you say, Bashir's got a good action. He's a tall lad anyway, but he has a high action. And, yeah, looks full of promise.
He has varied his pace already in his 3 overs that I've witnessed. Some slower, some a little bit quicker. Gets a bit of bounce. Bowls. Little straighter, played into the leg side with the spin this time by Wesley. There is no run. 77 for 1. Wesley on 9, Cook on 29. High elbow, waiting, he's on his way in his short run up, bowls, a little quicker and it's short, and that's going to be cut. That was probably the worst ball, or the first 4 ball that Bashir has bowled, and that's gone for 4 by Wesley. Cut, score 81 for 1, and we've had 21 overs.
Yes, I'd agree that every other delivery, including the one that went for 4, was the first one that went for 4 was a pretty good delivery. But that last one, yes, he dropped his length quite considerably, and in an attempt to push through the quicker one. But it doesn't alter the fact that he still looks very promising. Every spinner, even the great late Shane Warne, occasionally got a bit of a stick. Not that this lad's got stick at all. He's bowled very successfully. As you may have heard in the public address, Casey Aldridge to bowl from the Hayes Close end. And he'll be bowling to Cook. the left-handed Cook, facing the right arm round the wicket bowling, and that goes through the wicketkeeper, behind whom there are 3 purple helmets sitting in a line, which they always do because it makes the target smaller. It's 5 runs if you hit a helmet under those circumstances, so if you can make them occupy as little space as possible, it narrows the risk. That's pivoted away for a single, down to Bashir, fielding just fairly close to us at long leg. There was a time when umpires held the helmets, and then obviously they had a meeting and decided not really part of their duties. The odd sweater or cap maybe, but not helmets. I've never worn a helmet. By the time I packed up club cricket, they hadn't been introduced. Are they quite heavy?
They used to be lighter these days.
Are they?
But interesting, after this board, Dick, obviously I was involved in education for 23 years following my career.
As let's just nudge down to third man. They'll go through for 1. They'll think about and take a second. In fact, it might even, though it didn't. But you know what I was about to say. It might even make the boundary, but it didn't quite. They go through for a couple of runs off the edge of Wesley's bat, taking him on to 13 and Essex on to 82 for 1.
Good fielding.
84 for 1, sorry.
Good fielding from the slip, which was Tom Abel. Had to run athletically all the way to the river stand to prevent it going for 4. Did well.
As Aldridge moves in, bowls. He played it straight back at Surrounds to Cook, and it was into the ground at first, so he didn't sort of prevent a catch, but it was into the ground and then sort of hit Alistair Cook round about the shoulder.
Yeah, it did.
Just looking at a replay of that one. And that's played solidly defensively.
Craig Overton's back on the park. Good to see. I think he just went to powder his nose. He'll be needed later in the day. With the schedule we've got, and we're not going to argue why and the wherefores of that, but I am worried about, again, bowling injuries to the county bowlers.
As Aldridge moves in, bowls, that's outside the off stump. Goes through to wicketkeeper, no addition to the score of 84 for 1.
And we've seen a lot of Somerset bowlers have gone out on loan recently. I think Davey went off somewhere into the Midlands.
Did he?
Jack Brooks did. Davey went to Leicestershire. Brooks has been to 2, hasn't he? He's on his 3rd county this season. I mean, I think it's a ludicrous, this loan system. You know, people, you know, how you can go on loan for 1 game, I think is ridiculous. And the only person it helps is the player. It doesn't help the county in theory. I think it's Craig Miles has gone on loan somewhere this morning to play in a 4-day game for 1 match. Harry Brooks did it from Birmingham up to Derby. You know, what is the point? My personal opinion is we play too much, hence the injuries, and then we go on loan. And that's well fielded by Tom Abel.
I don't really follow that. You say the only person it helps is the player. Well, surely that's good enough in itself, isn't it?
So Jack Brooks has played for 3 counties this season. Bashir bowls short, cut by Cook. Cook takes a single as it goes out towards the cover point, the long cover point boundary for 1. That's the problem. That, you know, because it's a bit like saying, it's a bit like in the old King Henry VIII day, bring me another jester. Bring me another. You know, I want my cricket. And bring me another. I just don't like it. It's only good for the player, really. But what does it say about the young bowlers on the academy or on the staff at the county? Do we forget about that? Bashir bowls into the leg side, slightly shorter, played well by Wesley. He'll look for 2, calls his partner back, Cook, and they do get 2. A lot of acreage on the leg side towards the pavilion. Am I wrong, Dick? Tell me if I am.
Well, it's like so many things in life. There's no right or wrong about it. It's it's like politics, religion, the lot. It's only one person's opinion against another, and to which you and I and anybody else are perfectly entitled. So fair enough.
And I suppose the other thing that's got to be mentioned is that it's better for the player that he plays for a first team game somewhere than the second team, because the second team has reduced its standard a lot over the years. And, you know, back in the day, second team was worthy of playing in. Some might suggest it's particularly weak today. Bashir waiting. Wesley's ready. He bowls. Plays with the false face of the bat. Back to the bowler. There is no run. 87 for 1. After this over, I shall vacate and welcome back Anthony Gibson. Bashir bowls just slightly short, turned to the leg side, looking for a quick single. Both mid-wicket, and the man at 45 can't stop the single. So Essex rotate the strike and get another single. 89 for 1.
See if touching upon the loaning, to loan or not to loan, has fired our emailers with the desire to talk to us. No, it hasn't. It's fair enough, but as I say, there's plenty of other things to do on a day like this.
This is played into the offside by Cook very watchfully. Decent over, just one ball that was slightly short, but it only cost him a single. Been impressed so far with Essex now, having won the toss, are 88 for 1.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, John, very much. So it's been a good start for Essex. The first hour and a half going along at more or less a run a minute. 88, as Don says. Cook 31, Wesley 18. And the one being Nick Brown, who was caught at sort of short extra cover by Coda Cadmore off the bowling of Davey for 33 when the score was 66. A fairly tame, well, more than fairly tame ending to Brown's innings. And it really surprised everybody, not least Nick Brown himself. So it's going to be Aldridge to continue from the far end, the Hayes close end. So far bowled 4 overs for 15. Moves in now, bowls to the Essex skipper Tom Wesley, who plays it out on the onside just in front of square, and they go through for a comfortable single, and moves the score on to 89 for 1. And
just bumped into one of the travelling Somerset supporters, and he said to me, "It's going to be a long day, Anthony." And I said, "Yeah, I think it is. Long, hot day."
Well, it could well be, as Aldridge moves in and bowls, and that's down the leg side, and taken very cleanly, about waist height, by the wicket-keeper.
But Nick Brown's gone, so he's not going to repeat his innings of last year when he scored not the most exciting 200 in the world I've ever seen.
No, well, there's probably only one most exciting, by definition. But I think it's fair to say, and it's not a criticism, far from it really. Very few of Brown's innings, even the bigger ones, are what you could be called exciting. They're workmanlike and they're very effective.
Absolutely.
But I mean, what I like about Nick Brown is that he plays his cricket a la old-fashioned opener, willing to stay there all day if necessary. That's just played out in the offside, no addition to the score.
It was a funny sort of shot that he played there. It was almost
Well,
absent-minded, wasn't it?
It was
it
very
was there,
strange.
It was there for the off drive.
It was.
I was watching from behind the bowler's arm, and I thought, oh look, there goes another boundary, and he just didn't keep it down.
No.
I don't think it stopped on him or anything like that.
No, it just... I don't know. I expect he's still wondering, what did I do there? What did I do? As Aldridge moves in round the wicket to the left-handed, Cooker goes in the back foot, plays it defensively, trickles out to mid-on. On this very, very pleasant day, it's already we're sort of pushing our chairs to as far back as we can get to get out of the direct sun. In about 3 hours' time, it's really going to
too
be
hot to be pleasant. Actually.
Distinctly, yes, it will become a little too warm probably. as Aldridge moves in and bowls short of a length and played to backward point. Well, no, that's not backward point, it's point. It's more or less square with the wicket on the offside. End of the over, and Essex having won what's probably a good toss to win, and having chosen to bat at 89 for 1.
Now, this is a sentence I don't utter very often, but I agree with Don about players going out on loan. It's, just makes a mockery of it. And as Don said, if you get someone in from another county for a couple of games, what does that say to the young players who've been coming up through your academy, who deserve to be given their chance? And I mean, it's great for Jack Brooks to be out on loan to Nottinghamshire and then to Worcestershire, but I don't know what one or two of the younger Nottinghamshire and Worcestershire bowlers would make of it. Right, Shoaib Bashir is going to be bowling to Tom Wesley. Gives this a bit of air. Wesley turns it into the onside. Fielded by Ben Green, who is on as a sub for I know not who. Rather, I know not whom. Bashir
Excellent.
bowls in, and that's defended by Wesley, who has 19 to his name from just 22 deliveries. Looking in aggressive mood is Tom Wesley. Leads the way, leading run scorer in the Division 1 batting tables, with 574 runs before this innings to his name. Bashir bowling over the wicket to the right-hander. He's there and bowls, and Wesley again turns this with the spin into the onside.
I noticed, according to the Playfair Annual, that up until the start of this season, Bashir hadn't played for the first team. Is this his first team debut?
No, he played his first T20 against Hampshire down at the Ageas Bowl on Wednesday, and then he picked up 3 wickets in the crushing of Gloucestershire on Friday, as that turned into the onside.
So this is his first class debut?
This is his first class debut, most definitely.
Thank you.
And how he would love to have Sir Alistair Cook as his first class wicket.
Yes, and who could blame him?
Here he is, past umpire Milnes. This is just shorter and turned away for a single into the onside. Casey Aldridge doesn't pick it up cleanly at the first attempt, but recovers well, so it is just a single. Bashir, 5 overs, 1 made, none for 15. He's been varying his flight nicely, but Essex going along comfortably enough. 90 for 1 on this baking hot morning in Chelmsford.
Yes, and probably most other places, I'm sure it is in Taunton and all these other.
I think there's more of a threat of thunderstorms down in Somerset, and my garden could certainly do with a bit of rain. Been having to irrigate the vegetables, which I always feel a bit guilty about, but fortunately we live in a part of the world where there is plenty of water to be going around. Rather too much at times.
Yes. So Aldridge to continue. Moving in now, bowling to Wesley. Wesley whips that off his toes for a comfortable single, down to deep square leg. And on that short boundary, for those who haven't been listening so far, well, and for those who want it repeated, it would be an exaggeration to say one boundary is twice the size of the other, but it's not far short of it probably. Wicket pitched well over to the east side of the ground as Aldridge moves in and bowls now. And short of a length, chopped away for 4 runs. Yes, once it had got past the infield, then it was bound to be 4 on this short boundary, and Cook made no mistake there. So Cook moves on to 35. Yeah, thank you. And there's about another 22 minutes to lunch, so if these two are still there, then Essex will have had a very good morning indeed. And that's worked away backward of square on the onside. They're going through for 2, and throw comes in now. And the score moves on to 97 for 1. Sorry, I hesitate because the sun shines on our screens and we can't see the main scoreboard. And but we get there as Aldrich moves in and bowls. Pulled away by Cook for 1 run, and they'll come back for the second comfortably enough down to long leg in front of the far end of the Tom Pearce stand, the most popular part of the ground. It's the members' enclosure, and it's always the first part of the ground to be filled up. And
there's a good number of spectators in the lower deck of that stand because it's in shadow and it's nice and pleasantly cool.
Yes, and it's next livery played defensively out to forward square leg.
Just hasn't got his line right, Casey Aldrich. Too much on middle and leg, outside leg stump. And I really can't afford to bowl to it.
I suppose we get used to it living in this country, but in a remarkably short space of time, we go from, if not midwinter temperatures, sort of early spring temperatures to midsummer in a matter of 48, 72 hours. It's a quite remarkable place to live. Oh, that's an edge. I'm going to pick up a single here. Down again to Bashir, who's been a well-occupied young man in this over. And the extra applause brings up the Essex 100 in 99 minutes off 27 overs. So,
pushing up towards 4 runs and over on what looks a pretty good batting pitch.
It does, yes. And the first 20 minutes posed a few problems.
With the hard new ball,
yeah,
some variable bounce, but since then things have calmed down. What have we got on Twitter? Dave from Cork, formerly Grumpy Git, says, "This is looking like a very long day in the field." You're not kidding, Dave.
I think it is, yes.
Various other tweets on the same subject. Shoaib Bashir to bowl another over to Alistair Cook. 2 slips. He's in and bowls, and Cook stretches forward and defends. Back to the bowler. Matt Cave on a similar line. This looks like a tough assignment, made harder still by losing the toss. Bashir tosses this one up, and Alistair Cook resists the temptation to have a big drive. Side looks a bit short on batting, he says, of Somerset. Well, I think it's the bowling actually, over which there's a bit of a question mark, as this is played back to Bashir, who's been bowling nicely, but he is inexperienced. He's no Simon Harmer just yet, and Somerset only with only really 2 strike bowlers in Matt Henry and Craig Overton. And this again is Cook stretching forward.
You make a good point there, as most of your points are, I hasten to add. I wasn't being patronising.
As opposed to all the others, you mean?
But Bashir could do well to come back to that in a moment.
He's in and bowls to Cook, gives this one a little bit less air, pushes that one through a little bit more. To
bend Harmer's ear sometime over the next 4 days, because one of the great things about Simon Harmer is that he's very willing to share what he's picked up in the game with any young up-and-coming bowler. And
been a good over this so far for Bashir, and remains a good over as he produces another defensive push from Alistair Cook. And Cook had to play every ball of that over, and he had to play every ball defensively, not being given the opportunity to open his shoulders. End of that over. 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15.
Yes, at the beginning of last season, Essex signed Matt Critchley from Derbyshire, an all-rounder, and from the bowling point of view, he bowls leg spin. And he said, I've had several chats with him, a very personable young man, and he said that he picked up enormous amount from Simon Harmer playing against him at Derby just before he made the move. And I said, what, you mean actually physically batting against him? And he said, well, yeah, partly, but more so, if anything. There was one evening after play, they spent a good hour together, and Harman was sort of telling him what's helped his career and how he might try this and might try that, and he said that was one of the most useful hours of coaching or talking I've had possibly ever. And that's just played defensively. So young Bashir could do a lot worse than
it's the sort of
the era
role
of Palmer.
that Peter Siddle plays for Somerset, sort of
Yes.
mentoring role to the younger players, and younger players in the opposition, no doubt as well. They all play with each other as much as they play against each other.
Yes, I think that can't be emphasised too much, really. All these players. I mean, as regards this match, people have been on social media been building it up as a. Come back to that in a moment. Played defensively as a grudge match. Now, I think such reactions are normally held amongst the supporters rather than the players. The players have the utmost respect for each other. They want to win every game just as they want to win every other game. And I'd be surprised if there's any particular...
We do get some needle sometimes. Somerset and Lancashire don't love each other very much. For
Really?
reasons that dating back to the 2010 County Championship.
But that's 13 years ago. And I wonder how many players from either side are still playing the professional game 13 years later. I find it's all a bit amusing. As that's nudged down to third man for a single. And of course nowadays there's so much mobility by players that they're just as likely to turn up playing with the opposition this time next year.
Cricketers have long memories. I talked to Peter Trigo about what happened in that final game of the 2010 Championship season.
Yeah, but he's retired now, though, hasn't he?
Yes, but he still does the live stream down in
Yes, yes. So I gather, and he's fairly forthright.
Yes.
That's just played back to the bowler.
Still, he's the official host of the Cooper Associates County Ground, and you see him there for most games, it's always a pleasure to see Pete Trigo.
Didn't he briefly go to another county in the Midlands somewhere?
Nottinghamshire.
Nottinghamshire, yes. As the next delivery, played defensively, trickled down from the offside.
They won the Royal London One Day Cup under his captaincy.
Yes, indeed. Craig Overton bowling from the Hayes close end. Don't know if I pointed that out at the beginning of the over, which is now only got one delivery left of it. He's conceded one. And Essex, having won the toss, are 101 for 1.
I wonder what the temperature is.
Whatever it is, it's probably going to get a few degrees warmer. As Overton moves in, bowls around the wicket to Wesley. Play and a miss, I'd have thought. We're not in line, we can't see whether we withdrew the batter, but I think, generous sort of fellow as I am, I don't think I can give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he was beaten outside the off stump. There goes
27 degrees
to
in
the
here,
keeper.
and I think it's probably 35 out there. It's very, very hot. It was 31 and a half, so I was driving east yesterday.
Yes, of course, temperatures in the sunshine are always likely to be a bit extreme. Temperatures that you see on your television or hear on your radios are always taken in the shade because they're more consistent. But tell that to somebody who's sitting out there that no, it's not really that hot. They say it is.
It jolly well is hot out there. Shoaib Bashir is going to bowl another over. It will be his 7th. He's there and bowls, and this is good length ball turned into the onside by Wesley. He and Shepherd always look on the bright side of life. Podcast says, I've been impressed not just with Bashir's skill, but he looks to have a lot of bottle about him, which is vital for a spin bowler. Yeah, I agree with that, Ian. He showed it on Friday night, bowling against Gloucestershire as well. He tosses this one up, hit on the bounce back to the bowler by Wesley, because the Gloucestershire batsmen were clearly targeting him, and he didn't seem at all fazed by it.
No, that's good.
He's there and bowls, gives this one just a fraction more air. He varies his flight nicely, gives it a good twist as well. Wesley's, I think, is looking to attack Bashir as well. He's there and bowls, holds this one back just a fraction, and Wesley not quite at the pitch of the ball, plays it up to Matt Henry at mid-on. You've got forward short leg, George Bartlett under the lid. Craig Overton at first slip. As Bashir is into Wesley, who drives pleasantly, but only as far as Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Slightly ironic that Kohler-Cadmore moved out of the slips, given that he's got some sort of hand problem, and it's to him that the catch went.
Yes.
He took it with no apparent discomfort whatsoever. Tosses this one up, does Bashir. Another very good over. That's 2 maidens in succession.
Yeah, excellent
from
stuff.
Shoaib Bashir. And at a time when certainly Tom Wesley was looking to go after him, given no opportunity to do so whatsoever. End of that over, and the score is 101 for 1. Alistair Cook has 40 to his name, and Tom Wesley 22.
10 minutes before lunch, and it's Craig Overton to continue from the far end, the Hayes close end. And he's bowling to Sir Alistair Cook. And if Somerset can get rid of, well, either of them, but Cook especially, just before lunch, it will taste all the sweeter. Or all the more savoury. All the better would probably cover both circumstances.
We've got rhubarb crumble and cream for
Yes,
lunch.
indeed. Oh, cream as well.
Yeah.
Well, I hope that's suffered the weather all right.
From Shay Topley.
As,
Looking forward to that. I had rhubarb crumble and custard for lunch yesterday.
yes, I do like.
Courtesy of my wife Claire.
I do like rhubarb. My wife's the gardener in our family. She grows quite a bit of rhubarb. That's first played in the offside. However, you've got to eat the right part of it. There's part of it that is quite deadly.
Oh,
isn't
you
it?
don't want to eat the leaves.
No.
No.
So Overton trudges back. Maybe that's a little bit unfair to say trudges. He walks back briskly to his mark.
Yeah, Somerset get through their overs pretty well.
Yes. Turns now. Bowls right arm round the wicket to Cook. And Cook plays that down to third man for 4. It was a good shot. Yes, he waited that to come on and then crack of the bat. And it... well, partly mainly I suppose using the pace of the bowler, but on the other hand he timed it so beautifully that...
Well, he picked his spot as well.
And picked his spot, yes.
And it perfectly executed. Australia have beaten India by 209 runs, bowling them out for 234 in their second innings. So Australia will go into the Ashes on a bit of a high.
Well, yes. All seems a bit ominous from England's point of view. But no doubt all the tickets are sold already, and since apparently money is the main thing that cricket authorities are interested in at the moment, that's all that counts. As Overton moves in and bowls. And that's just played defensively, and Overton falls over trying to field it and does take the weight off it, and it trickles through to mid-off.
What's happening elsewhere in the County Championship Division 1? Kent 74 for 5, which is a bit of a recovery against Surrey. Hampshire 53 for 3 against Lancashire. Warwickshire 76 for 1 against Notts. So Essex here, the best placed of the counties in Division 1.
Overton to Cook. Cook jabs down on that and keeps it out, trickles out on the onside.
Poor old Derbyshire in the toils against Yorkshire, 97 for 9.
Oh dear.
Glamorgan 83 for 3. The Gloucesters, it's raining in Bristol. Poor old Gloucestershire. They've had such terrible luck with the weather.
They do, don't they?
The first match was washed out entirely.
Yes.
Not a ball was bowled. 38 without loss, and they're off for rain.
As Overton moves in and bowls, that's just played out in the offside.
And Sussex 66 for 3 against Worcestershire.
I've always thought the Bristol ground is very enclosed, isn't it? It's got residential property on most sides of it, and I just wonder if maybe it doesn't get. Maybe it's probably not the best draining of grounds.
I think that's. I think it's quite heavy soil,
Yes.
and yes, it's not the most attractive ground on the circuit.
No, it's not.
Who's got the wickets against Derbyshire? Looks like Ben Code's got 3, Fisher 4, Thompson 2. Here we got Shoaib Bashir bowling what I presume is going to be the last over before lunch. It's driven up to Matt Henry by Wesley. And this, I think, will be the 32nd over of the morning. So
excellent.
Somerset bowling the standard ration of 16 overs an hour outside the off stump, no shot from.
Well, it's only
Wesley.
5-2 now, so they'll probably get
Might
another
even
one in.
get another one in.
Yes.
Bashir bowls. Wesley is right forward, nose over the pitch of the ball. That's being played at Chesterfield, that game between Derbyshire and Yorkshire. So Derbyshire only have themselves to blame if the wicket is doing rather more than they wanted it to do. Bashir bowls. Wesley turns this with the spin into the onside, picked up by Captain Tom, whose cricket trousers are already looking a little bit
They are
stained,
aren't they? Yes.
with soil and grass.
Ooh.
Bashir bowls, tosses this one right up, and it was in the air past Bartlett at forward short leg. If there'd been a square leg in a conventional position, he would have been in business, but there wasn't, so Wesley gets away with it. But that was a false shot.
Yes, it was. Yes, those trousers are in a bit of a state. Gosh, when I was playing club cricket, if I'd got mine like that, first of all, my mother and then my wife would have had kittens. How am I ever going to get that out?
I think they must be the trousers he wore for the Blast game on Friday night. I don't see how even Tom could have got them quite that dirty so this morning. Especially he's been fielding at first slip. This is turned into the onside for a single. And that takes the score on to 107, I think, for one.
And we will have time for another one.
We will.
Quite comfortably, in fact.
So we'll get 33 overs in the morning session, which is good going.
It's not only good, it's unusual, really.
Because Bashir, all right, he's a spin bowler, and he's only bowled 8 of the 32 so far, so the other 24 have been bowled by the quicks. None for 17 in 8 overs. Good bowling from Bashir.
Yes, it certainly is. So Craig Overton to bowl what will almost definitely be the last over before lunch, unless something.
If he carries on like this, show Bashir will be talked about it in England context before very long.
Well,
so
I'm certainly very
so
impressed.
bare is the cupboard of
Yes,
spinners.
exactly. As Overton moves in, bowls to Cook. Cook thinks about hooking that and then decides, no, I'm not quite in the right position, and opts out of the shot. So that shows the experience as well, the fact that he decided not to play after all. A lesser batsman would have maybe taken the risk and gone through with it and paid the price. Not Cook's style. His first innings for quite a while, of course, because we've had T20, which doesn't involve Sir Alistair. Appeal, well, a half-hearted appeal for LBW. In fact, not even Overton appealed, a couple from
I think
behind
it was
the
inside edge.
Yes, a couple from behind the wicket. But Overton had seen it was inside edge. You don't want to waste your breath appealing this weather. Well, you don't want to waste your breath appealing if you know it's going to be in vain, this weather. As Overton turns. 4 more deliveries to go. This over moves in and bowls to Cook, who nudges that away on the onside, but straight to the man at just forward of square on the leg side.
We've got catching short mid-wicket, which is interesting, which again suggests that maybe the odd ball is just stopping in this pitch.
Yes, maybe. Moving in another yard or so.
It's Josh Davey there.
As Overton moves in now. Bowls to Cook. Goes in the back foot, plays out on the offside. They amble through for an agreed single. Everybody knew there was a single there. Nothing more, nothing less. So nobody really breaks into too much of a... I was going to say too much of a sweat. They're already probably perspiring profusely. But there's no point in wasting energy on a day like this, whether you put a bat in your hand or not. So 2 deliveries of the morning remain. Overton to the host's captain, Tom Wesley, who goes forward pleasantly and then pushes it out more with the bottom hand to mid-on.
Just playing around his front pad slightly there,
Yes.
Tom Wesley.
So survive this one, and Essex will feel they've had a very good morning, and quite rightly so too. And he has survived it, and Essex have survived it, and it's played out in the offside, and I think we're going to get yet another one in.
Good going.
Players rush around.
12:59 it says on the main scoreboard.
Oh, well then, fair enough. Yes, the players rush around, but of course it's always up to the umpire by the time he reaches the stumps at the bowler's end, which determines whether there's another over or not. And indeed there is.
And it's going to be bowled by Shoaib Bashir, and it will be his 9th. Conceded 17 runs so far. He's bowling to the left-handed Alistair Cook, tosses this one up, and Cook plays it very respectfully, defensively. We've got a silly point. That's George Bartlett under the helmet there, and a slip. Craig Overton standing there with his hands on his knees. Bashir's in a bowls, and this slightly goes for a slightly crooked bat, but no further than Tom Abel.
Oh, with no ball.
No ball.
I think that's what I think that's what was signalled.
Will it be Dick for the update?
Yes, it will.
Shoaib Bashir. Defensive shot.
In North East Essex are now required to provide assessments for patients.
Dick Davies's 1 o'clock report coming up. Shoaib Bashir to Sir Alistair Cook, tosses this one right up. It's fielded by Tom Abel, tumbling over at extra cover. Still 3 balls to go before lunch. Bashir to Cook. This is turned away. This was on leg stump, turned away to square leg for a single. Lammonby with the fielding. It's going to be touch and go between Shoaib Bashir finishing his over. There we go. Oh. And Dick Davies doing his report. Especially as Tom Wesley is now taking a fresh guard. I'll hand over to you, Dick, because I think they're going to be coming in
Yes, I
the
think
merest
so.
hint of time.
As Bashir moves in now, 2 deliveries to go. No, yes, with the wide, with the no ball. 2 deliveries to go before lunch. First one of which will be to Tom Wesley. Dot ball. We will have reached lunch after 1 more delivery, and currently Essex have had a good morning. There's a lot of ones on the board. There are 111 for 1, with Tom Wesley not out 23 and Sir Alistair Cook not out 47, and now that is the lunchtime score as the last ball's played out for a dot. So the one man to go was Nick Brown, who was caught by Kola Cadmore off the bowling of Davey for 33 when the score was 66. It was a good toss to win, and the coin came down in the home side's favour, and the players are now just going off to lunch, with Essex having scored 111 for 1.
That one up towards mid-wicket. Will it carry? It's caught on the boundary. Faces Simon Harmer, comes in. That's elegantly put. Walter is in to bowl to Cook, who's skied this one up in the air. Walter should get to it. He does, and he's caught and bowled. Walter is in over the wicket to the left-hander, and Roots popped this one up in the air, and it's the second caught and bowled. As Harmer comes in for his final ball of the over. That's a strong shout, yes it is. Sams is in to Hassan, who tries the ramp, and he's got that away. Sams bowls, and Hassan is caught this time trying to play the same shot, caught at short fine leg. As Rory Smith swings it up in the air, and he's going to go caught at cover as well. And that's clean bowled, and McIlroy didn't look as if he was going to stay.
And a very good afternoon to you all. Welcome back to the Cloud County Ground, Chelmsford. It's going to be the post-lunch session with Essex, who won the toss on 111 for 1. It's all the ones. We've had 34 overs of some good new ball bowling.
34 overs. Now, what do you say about that?
34, what did I say?
No, you said 34.
34?
34. How many
Overs.
do Essex bowl in a normal morning
Yes.
session? Not 34.
How many do India and
Yeah, well, quite.
Australia? We
About
can have
26.
we can chat about that because the punters, Anthony Gibson, BBC Somerset, importantly, the punters are disappointed that they're missing out. So if football, Premier League or Bristol or Exeter only had 80 of the 90 minutes and went home, do you think the football fans would be upset?
I think they probably would be, yeah, and quite rightly so too. But cricketers seem to treat the cricket following public with rather less consideration than they ought to, I think.
Well, we can chat about that in between overs or in between balls or whatever, but the players, the umpires they've arrived from downstairs beneath us. The Somerset are changing in the marquee adjacent to the pavilion. They're out there. Tom Abel is just starting to marshal his troops and chat to people. It could be Matt Henry who might commence with the ball after lunch. We'll have a look. But the two Essex boys, Tom Wesley as captain on 23, and with him the senior partner, Alistair Cook. He's on 47. How was Somerset's morning for you?
I thought they bowled pretty well, particularly the opening pair of Craig Overton and Matt Henry. Without much luck, they passed the outside edge on a number of occasions. I thought Josh Davey and Casey Aldridge looked a bit innocuous. Aldridge bowling both sides. Davey picked up the wicket, but that was more batsman error than anything to do with the quality of the delivery. But I thought the standout bowling performance of the morning was Shoaib Bashir, 19 years old.
I did his first 3 overs and I was really quite impressed, and I think Alistair Cook was quite impressed initially. I do. I mean, it's a hard and a tall order for a young teenage off spinner to bowl at Alistair Cook on a reasonably flat deck. That is a huge challenge.
Yes, he's only 19 and it's his first class match. He's only played 2 top level games for Somerset, both in the T20 Blast, but I think he showed plenty of ability and potential.
Looked a natural off-spinner to me. Matt Henry coming in, a loosener. That ball was just kept a little low, as I'm going to say Alistair Cook was a little late coming forward.
It wasn't a loosener.
It wasn't bowled with full venom for me. Eh?
The days of fast bowlers bowling looseners are supposed to have gone.
Yes.
They're supposed to be on it right from the very first ball.
Okay.
That's what they're coached to.
I'm going to say he was nearly on it with his first ball. Is that okay?
Right, I'll
Would you accept
that,
it? You've agreed with me this morning on something. Henry in. This is played back, and there was a leading edge as Cook was planning probably straight into the leg side, and it was a leading edge. It just evades Matt Henry, who's diving on his follow through away from the wicket.
Well, that was a big stroke of luck for Alistair Cook. That could so easily have gone straight back to the bowler. Oh.
Well, Matt Henry's shirt's going to probably be a little bit dusty and dirty now.
That is the value of having a genuinely fast bowler in your ranks, because he can make things happen even on a flat pitch.
Absolutely right. Suddenly the ball does it, or does it a little bit quicker compared to your fast medium. Henry round the wicket to Cook. 2 slips are in place. This is played sensibly, smartly. Good ball from Henry, and there is no run.
Yes, he's reinvigorated the whole attack since he joined Somerset for the game against Lancashire. He's taken 9 wickets at 16.77.
He only arrived. Which game for
The
you?
Lancashire game.
So what game was that? Number 3, 2, 3, 4? Henry's in, driven into the offside, into a gap, goes across the netting area, but third man comes round square to pick it up, and there is 2 runs to Cook, 113 for 1.
Fourth game.
Fourth game. I knew he came late
Yeah.
for whatever reason, doesn't matter, but
It was
he's
a test series.
suddenly made your side look a bit more, had a cut.
Well, I think it's really helped Craig Overton because it just eases the burden on
Yeah.
Overton's shoulders,
Yeah.
which has been, particularly with Josh Davey not being fully fit. Lewis Gregory is still a very effective operator, leading wicket taker for Somerset, but he doesn't open the bowling. He's not as quick as he used
He's
to.
lost a little bit of venom.
He has because of his back
Back
problem.
issues, yeah. Henry, 2 slips waiting again, driven into the offside. This goes a little quick, more powerful, quicker to the cover boundary, and that is 4 runs to Cook. Cook, who moves on to 53, and that is 53, 97 balls, 125 minutes, and 9 fours. Well played, Sir Alistair Cook.
That's the 4th 50 of his season,
Yeah.
and his 123rd 50 in his career, first-class career.
123 50s. Used to take me all season just to get one. Alistair Cook facing Henry. Henry bowls, good delivery that. Not quite as full as it goes through to the keeper to conclude the first over after lunch. Not forgetting Essex, who won the toss, an important, vital toss this morning. First innings runs are essential on this wicket. Have to say this wicket has been used. Just a little question, because I know there'll be similarities at Taunton and perhaps Hove. Basically on the Essex square, which runs reasonably wide here, it's not a big ground, but there are netting onto the left, 5 or 6 netting strips, but Essex have got all their first team cricket, so T20 at Royal London and first class, they have to play them on 7 strips. That's a challenge.
It's a bit of a challenge at Taunton as well, particularly if the television are there, because
Correct.
there are only, I think, 4 pitches that they can use. This is turned into the onside.
To the
So yeah, it's a very similar, and of course it's a very good thing. I was going to say the proliferation of women's cricket has added to the pressure on grandstand,
Hasn't it?
which is it's a great thing to have happened,
but it has a
does-
consequence.
Yeah, exactly. Bashir is in and bowls. This turned into the onside. Maybe a hint of turn there, judging by the response of the. Yes, there was indeed close catches.
Is that the second time we've agreed this morning, today?
At least. I'll just show Bashir in and bowls shorter and pulled away, and that will go for 4 runs. As Tom Wesley pounced on a short ball, takes the score on to 121 for 1. I will say as well that I greatly enjoyed the rhubarb crumble that you have provided myself and Dick Davies for dessert at
Fantastic.
lunchtime. Really,
Thank you.
Really nice.
I made it yesterday,
Yeah.
and I had
Your
a
own
piece.
rhubarb.
Yes, our own rhubarb. Yep.
Very good it was too.
Thank you. That's very kind. I'll see what I can rustle up for tomorrow.
Bashir in and bowls a fuller length this time, and Wesley is just watchfully forward, plays it to Captain Tom, who's patrolling at short mid-wicket, the sort of place I like to see a captain fielding at the fulcrum of events. Bashir in and bowls, and Wesley forward and then back as he adjusts to a slightly quicker delivery, just slightly short of a good length. Bashir is in his 10th over, run for 24 so far, making a very good impression on his first class appearance for Somerset. He's there now and bowls to Wesley, tosses this one up. It's played up to Casey Aldridge, moving to his right at mid-on, and there won't be a run at the end of the over. 121 for 1. The other thing I was going to say is that last year when we came here for the County Championship match, which was towards the end of July,
Glutter runs.
the outfield was dreadful. Do you remember that?
I do.
It was,
Okay.
and this year it is still a little bit
Can I-
bare in places, but not nearly as bad.
I'm going to say to you, because you're here for all 4 days, That's if the match lasts 4 days. But
Which I think it will.
yeah, I do. But we're only here for 2 days. Can I just say, you should take a picture, because if we have this temperature here, we've had no rain here in Chelmsford for over a month, and this will look so different by Friday. It really will. So I'll take a picture, please, Anthony. Matt Henry in, right arm round the wicket. This is driven into the offside by Cook to a position really just in front of square cover, but almost catching Tom Abel himself.
Yep, that's where I like to see a captain fielding, either their short cover or on the other side of the short mid wicket where Casey Aldridge is standing at the moment. So he's right at the heart of things.
Just the one slip. In comes Henry, bowls, and this is played on the front foot by the patient Alistair Cook, who's on 53. Goes out to Abel again.
We'll see what Somerset think of the pitch, the fact that they've got their strike bowler on international fast bowler and just one slip.
Yeah. He did bowl well this morning. He did. There was a bit of bounce on this straw-coloured wicket. As Abel bowls again, open face bat down to third man where there is a fielder. They're going to take 2.
Bashir.
He's fielded well down to our extreme left in front of the big scoreboard here at Chelmsford. 2 more to Cook, 2 more to Essex, 123.
Yeah, I think it was Dick and I were wondering whether these two had faced each other in the past, Matt Henry and Sir Alistair Cook.
I'll be amazed if they haven't. Henry in, Cook drives up to mid-off, no run.
And they have, because I think it was Rob Whittaker who sent me a tweet, which I can't now find, but I'll find it in a minute. They've faced each other in a test match, and
probably Kent as well.
Matt Henry, yeah, probably Kent as well, but in the test match, Matt Henry removed Alistair
Did he?
Cook. Yep.
Did he? Good. Henry bowls. Cook drives, goes straight to extra cover where there is a fielder, no run. Yeah, it's you know, you're going to try and get a couple of wickets, as you know, where incoming batsmen are most vulnerable when they first come in, but you're going to try and dry the runs up as well. That's how you create pressure. Maybe Essex will do something silly as Henry bowls it down the leg side, which is clipped down to, I think it's Dixon.
It is Sean Dixon.
Yep, formerly of Kent and Durham.
That's absolutely right. Yet to establish himself in this Somerset County Championship side. He hasn't got many runs so far.
But he's surprisingly done okay in the T20, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's not a natural T20 player, but he's done well. Yeah, he has. He got 42 against you lot.
Yeah,
in fairly low scoring Somerset innings. We only got 150.
I watched and listened to that. Look, I'll be diplomatic. I don't think Essex are one of the strong teams in the southern group. If they're going to qualify, they're going to have to beat occasionally Surrey and Somerset.
Bashir and Cook, who props forward. Opportunity to say hello to Greg Hill down there in Hunterton. Greg saying he's just moved flats, but in the same building, but now he has a flat on his own, so he can watch as much sport as he wants, and he's looking forward to seeing the young spin bowler, who's now bowling to Alistair Cook, pitching that right up, and Cook drives up to Casey Aldridge, and he's certainly has impressed, as Shoaib Bashir. He's tall and slender, like a willow wand. This is driven again up to mid-off, or as slender as a withy, which is what we would say.
What's a withy?
A withy is a willow grown on the Somerset levels for basket making. Cut very young, obviously. Bashir's in and bowls a quicker one, which Cook plays back up the pitch.
The greatest compliment I can offer him is he looks like a proper off-spinner, not a part-time.
Yeah, he's given it a good tweak, isn't he? He's there now, bowls again, gives this one a little bit more air. He varies his pace and his flight nicely. So he's always asking questions of the batsman, making it difficult for them to sort of tee him up, to set him up. He's got George Bartlett at City Point, Craig Overton at slip. This is a little bit quicker. Yeah, just for a yard or so off the bat of Alistair Cook. Maiden over to Alistair Cook, 124 for 1 at the end of it, and
the
Shoaib Bashir, 11 overs, 4 maidens, none for 24.
The interesting thing, and you've got a proper left arm spinner in your ranks in Jack Leach, so will his opportunities be limited, or will they play an off spinner for an off spinner's reason? It will remain to be seen. But the point is, you want these young spin bowlers to have the opportunity. I think Moriarty at Surrey is playing today, but it's the first game of the season.
He hardly played at all last season.
Correct. And Birdie came on loan to you guys.
Yeah, didn't impress, I have to say.
Look,
But that was on a flat pitch at Southport.
Yeah.
You know, which maybe it's not fair to judge him on that one performance. But, valid point. Spinners won't get games unless they've got wickets that
They're good enough.
they can take wickets on.
Correct. Henry into the right-handed Wesley. He bowls, driven into the leg side, finds the man at short mid-wicket. I think that is Tom Abel. I think it is.
Josh Davey.
Josh Davey, sorry. 38 on his, is it? Not 28.
That's right.
I saw the 8. They're all wearing shirts with numbers on because they often wear, well, at Essex this year, we've only seen cold days, so they've been wearing their jumpers, which do not give you the player's number. 2 slips waiting. Driven squarer this time into the leg side. Wesley's looking for 2. Actually, he gets 4 because he times it, and it races across the netting area, square of the wicket. Good shot from Wesley, 128 for 1.
That's the problem if you're a fast bowler. If you just get it slightly wrong, and that was a half volley on leg stump, the ball fairly flashes away towards the boundary. Nice shot though.
There's no better day today to bat. Nick Brown must be kicking himself. This time squares Wesley up. The good looking delivery from Matt Henry goes into the offside. There is no run, but a decent delivery there.
This is going to be a good test of Somerset in the field, as to how well they stick to it under these brutally hot conditions.
And it will be over the next couple of days. An incredibly important or vital toss today in this game of cricket. Henry bowls, little too straight, clipped all the way out to the short boundary, but there is a fielder there, square leg, deep square leg in front of the public stands here at Chelmsford. There is 1 run, they rotate, 129 for 1. You're listening to Don Topley, Dick Davies and Anthony Gibson here for Ball by Ball commentary, BBC Essex and BBC Somerset. You're welcome to contact us, email and indeed Twitter to correspond or interact with us. We love interaction on the BBC commentary. This time Cook comes forward, plays and smothers the ball on the front foot, and there is no run.
Kent mounting a bit of a recovery against Surrey.
Are they? They were 5 down at lunch?
90 for 5. So they haven't lost another wicket.
No.
Divided loyalties there for you. You were born in Kent, weren't you?
Yes, yeah, born in Kent. Played 1 game for Surrey and 10 years for Essex.
Reese is, of course, with Surrey at the moment. This is driven back to Matt Henry, who fields on the bounce. Hampshire 64 for 4 against Lancashire. Warwickshire 99 for 2. Derbyshire, poor old Derbyshire, all out 111 at Chesterfield against Yorkshire.
They're struggling with their season, aren't they?
Morgan 103 for 3, and it's raining still at Bristol, would you believe?
Is it really?
38 without loss, presumably a thunderstorm.
Just as well we're not playing at Taunton then.
Yeah, it could very well be. Wet.
The rain's followed you a little bit, hasn't it? Certainly on the home fixtures.
No, our home fixtures have been absolutely fine. They've all been played in glorious sunshine.
I thought there was an issue with the outfield back on the
that was
first
right
game.
at the start of the season. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we had a very, very wet March, and the reseeded parts of the ground didn't take.
Yeah.
And there was very heavy rain, so there was a lake in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion and a beach in front of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. And we couldn't play at all on the first day of the match against Warwickshire, which probably saved Somerset from defeat, because
I
if it
remember.
had been a 4-day game, I'm fairly sure Warwickshire would have prevailed. But things are much better at the county ground.
That's
And
good to
although
hear.
as I speak,
You're not missing any
there's a
action.
Lionel Richie concert on the
There
county
is.
ground.
I'd love to
today.
go. If Somerset was a little closer, I'd go. That would be
Fan of
fantastic.
Lionel.
Oh,
Tickets haven't actually sold all that brilliantly well, from what I can gather.
really?
Yeah, I
Really?
think
Dancing on the ceiling?
I know, but it's it's an age thing, isn't it? I mean, Lionel Richie was really big about 40 years ago. It doesn't really appeal, I think, in quite the same way to the younger generation.
Oh, I
I mean, I quite like Lionel Richie. He was never.
I used to think he was
top
so
of the line.
cool. So cool. Yes.
But anyway,
Oh,
that's what's going on at
Lancashire's
Taunton
got concerts as well. They've had concerts this week.
today. Well, they're very well set up for it at
Yes.
Old Trafford, aren't they?
If it's not Manchester United car park, it's concerts up there, isn't it? They make more money from those kind of things than cricket.
Well, what's happening now? Are they changing the ball?
I think we might be.
So there's no great urgency being displayed out there at the moment. Both bats are in mid-pitch. Both of the batsmen are being ministered to, being given a drink. I'm not I didn't see a box of balls being put
Yes,
out.
Aldridge took something out.
Did he?
He did. He had to run off, being at mid-on, closest to the umpire's rooms, and then came back and returned something just now. Just staying with something that we touched on before lunch. What would you do? What would you like to see regarding the over rates in international cricket?
Well, I think you've got to penalise the side that's guilty of. Oh, this is outside the off stump. Big drive from Tom Wesley, makes no contact. There's no point in fining sides, I don't think. I think, there's got to be a penalty related to the game.
And of course it's quite tricky because you might find some teams delay or drag it out a bit.
But I think the umpires can, and of course the fourth official. Oh, and that turns. Well, I don't know whether it turned. It shouldn't have turned out to beat the right-hander's outside edge, but it certainly, as he's an off spinner. But
That's two
certainly
successive
bounced.
balls, isn't it, that's beaten the bat.
Simon Harbour will be rubbing his hands. This is again a little bit of bounce outside the off stump. The live stream is just frozen, so we can't see that again. But he uses his height well, Bashir, doesn't he? He's got a
Oh.
nice high action.
Yep, does, comes over the top nicely.
He's there now and bowls a little bit shorter, and this comes off a thick edge down to the fine leg boundary. That wasn't where Tom Wesley was aiming, but it was short enough to justify the shot. Takes the score on to 133 for 1. Wesley on to 36 from 59. He's looking aggressive out there, is Tom Wesley. He's in good form, leading run scorer in the First Division.
Got a big 100 down in Canterbury against Kent, who have left Billings out today.
I do really.
Mutual decision.
Bashir in and bowls shorter and quicker and turned into the onside, and Abel will do the fielding, but he hasn't scored many runs. Sam Billings, it's a shame because he's such a nice lad. I worked with him at the end of last season when Somerset played Kent. David Fulton was commentating and Sam Billings, and very knowledgeable about the game. Played down the ground as far as Casey Aldridge, who does the fielding, just the 4 from that over from Shoaib Bashir, who has figures of 12 overs, 4 maidens, none for 28.
I've had a lovely message from one of your old players, Timmy Grunfeld.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's obviously listening in, and he says, play nicely with Sir Anthony. Thank you, Timmy. Nice to hear from you. Hope you're well. I'm wondering if you're playing any cricket these days, whether you're still enjoying bowling in the leagues. Maybe you are. Maybe you're doing a bit of coaching, but whatever you're up to.
He was Mr. Reliable for Somerset,
Wasn't he?
was Tim Gronville. Yeah, he could always be called upon to
Yes.
come in and bowl a good tight spell.
And he used to whack the ball when he
did.
batted.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be Matt Henry bowls, and this is chipped, but no danger for Sir Alistair Cook to mid-wicket. There is no run. Always enjoyed him at Derbyshire. Did well for you guys. I've seen him hit a number of sixes here late in the innings. Yeah, dependable, very good county cricketer, and a thoroughly nice chap. Thoroughly nice chap. I'd my level 3 with him, actually.
All right.
Matt Henry bowls and Cook drives out. There's a misfield on one of the netting ends, but it hasn't cost Somerset. Well done, well recovered. Who was that?
George Bartlett.
Well, that was, he recovered well.
He has a slightly languid air about him, George Bartlett. But he's quicker across the ground than he looks.
Aren't they all these days? As Henry is in, he bowls. This is in the air and he's been dropped. It was a bootlace catch at square leg just in front. He dived forward and unfortunately he spilled it. Josh Davey, that would have been a key moment of the afternoon for me.
I thought he had it.
Yes. It almost, as if he landed with his elbows, it bobbled out.
Oh dear.
That would have been a great catch. It wasn't an easy one. Henry bowls, this time clipped a little squarer behind square, where Dixon has to try and stop the two. He does in front of us, well fielded. Cook gets a single, 134 for 1. Cook 57, Wesley 36.
Well, if Alistair Cook goes on to get 200, which he may very well do, Josh Davey will have plenty of time in which to reflect on that drop catch.
Josh Davey claimed the solitary wicket before lunch, where he had Cook, who really gave it away when he was caught at mid-off. This time was a little bit in that delivery then. That was a bit more of an effort ball from Matt Henry, and Wesley gets behind it and plays it into the offside where the bowler does his own fielding. No run.
Yes, Josh Davey may want to spend his tea interval in the Faith and Reflection Centre, which has been established here at the county ground at Chelmsford. That's a first to me.
That was in evidence during the recent Ireland versus Bangladesh games. This time, another decent ball, which Wesley comes forward, just gets a little square, but it's a good ball. End of the over, good over, 134 for 1. Ireland played Bangladesh here, 2 one-day internationals, and they were played either side of these strips actually, where we are now. And there was a bit of rain on the first one. The last time I think we had rain here, and there was an absolutely packed house crowd here. Okay, not as many as your place. I think there was 5,500 in here.
Pretty good. Yeah.
And you won't be surprised to hear predominantly Bangladeshi. And they contributed enormously to the atmosphere. And that was when Essex launched that
Faith and Reflection Centre.
Facility, which is...
Which I guess is intended more for the crowd than for the players.
Yes, yes. Josh Davey might be on the naughty step at tea time. I don't know about that.
Bashir's in and bowls, and Cook stretches forward. Cook has a forward short leg and a slip for company, as well as James Rue under his helmet. Gosh, it must be hot for James Rue in that.
Yes.
With his gloves and pads and helmet. Bashir bowls. This is turned nicely into the onside, but Lammonby is there to field it at mid-wicket. Lammonby, the only left-hander in this Somerset side.
Didn't think of that one.
Bashir tosses this one up. It's driven and very well stopped by Tom Abel, and they pinch a single as Abel parries it back towards the bowler, but could easily have been 4 runs if Tom Abel hadn't got across. Another run on the board. 135 for 1 is the score. Bashir to the right-handed Wesley, gives this one less air, pushes it through a little bit more. And it's a defensive shot. He's in his 13th over.
What's he gone for?
29.
That's good.
It is good on him. Yeah, he's just getting the odd ball to either to bounce or to turn a little bit. He's in now, bowls to Wesley, who kills the spin on that with the bat angled right down. Just making sure it doesn't bounce up and take the inside edge.
I presume he's down at 11, Anthony.
He is, yeah.
He
I
is.
haven't seen
Does
his
he bat?
I don't know. He's got no batting form.
Right.
He's in and bowls. This is driven nicely away through the offside, but Josh Davey, who has been banished to the boundary, having dropped Alistair Cook in the previous over, does the fielding, and at the end of that over it's 136 for 1. Cook on 58 and Wesley on 36.
I always feel for the bowler, Matt Henry, who had him dropped. He's bowled well this morning and had the opportunity. It would have been a great catch, so I certainly wouldn't be giving Josh Davey too much stick, because it would have been a most magnificent diving forward catch, very low around his bootlaces, and he looked as if he had it before he landed on his elbows, which then seemed to where the ball came out of his hands. It would have been a magnificent catch, as we say abianto to Anthony Gibson, and welcome back Dick Davies, BBC Essex, in a moment. Craig Overton, big Craig coming in, and he gets a nick with his first ball. It's a ball that Wesley's played at, and he got a feather edge through, and the keeper James Rue has dived to his right and taken it. I'm going to say good bit of bowling. We are not behind it. The only interesting thing is with a brand new bowler, what line was it? Because was it leavable? Or did he have to play it? Or was it a really good Jaffa? Was it a great line at Wesley and he's played at it? And the first ball of the new spell from Craig Overton at the top end, at the Hayes Close end, gets a wicket. It's Tom Wesley who's been called by Rue, bowled by Overton, and he has to go for 37. Score 136 for 2. Well, Anthony Gibson leaves and Somerset get a wicket. What's your thoughts, Dick? Oh. We've got a funny... Do you want to... Dick, you're here.
My thoughts are that Essex are still in the better position.
Oh, yes.
I didn't see that wicket. I was
first ball.
trying to... Yeah, I know. I've heard you describe it. I'm saying I didn't see it because I was getting into my rather warm chair.
It is warm at Chelmsford. I'm trying to stay out of the sunshine on my side of the 2 opened windows.
Yeah, you've rather drawn the short straw there. You're on the warmer side.
Yes.
I'm more in the shade than you are.
I'm wearing shorts and my legs, I can't move any further back. My legs are undoubtedly in the sun here.
Wesley made how many, Don?
37.
37.
Caught Rue, I think it was.
Yeah, I got that, yeah.
Bowled Craig Overton. First ball after lunch. That'll make his afternoon rather pleasing. In he comes round the wicket to Paul Walter, who leaves it, and it goes through, and it's possibly just a little wide, which Walter, very happy to leave, goes through to the keeper, who dives in front of first slip.
Yeah, another left-hander for the benefit of those who don't know. And
interesting, Dick. You know, you've spoken to Paul Walter. He is a man mountain. He is so tall. He must be 6'9", 6'10".
Yes,
because Craig Overton is 6'6", and he stood near him.
Yes.
When he followed through to receive the ball, and Paul Walter dwarfs over Craig Overton.
Yes, he is a big item, as they say.
Round the wicket, Overton on his way in. Bowled, short ball. Walter goes back, plays into the leg side. There is no run.
Yes, I had a brief chat with him after Essex's victory at Sapphire Gardens last week, and he and a few others gathered round as well. You know what they're like. They're like sort of vultures. Well, no, that's not a very good simile, because here they were trying to sort of share his success. Come back to that after this delivery.
Overton round the wicket to Walter. Walter comes on the front foot, just paddles it into the offside, sensibly, smartly, no run.
I think there were 3 other eavesdroppers from the media. I don't mean that derogatory, but in any way to criticise. And I was asking the questions, and he towered over all of us, and he said, would it be better if I sat down? And so he sat in a chair, and we stood round him, and our heads were still on more or less the same level, although he was sitting down.
Overton, outside off stump, left alone by Walter. It's interesting for me, he hasn't played a lot of cricket in the Championship. He may have played down at Canterbury, if my memory serves me right, he may have. But he hasn't played much, but maybe his T20 form has got him into this Championship side.
Yeah, well, you said that a couple of times at the beginning of the day, and it applies no less now. Well, I'm sure it has, of course. What else have they got to go on, really?
Plays on the back foot. Nice delivery from Overton. Played into the offside off the back foot, and there is no run. 136 for 2, and to face Sir Alistair Cook on 58.
And social media, of course. Not that that's the be-all and end-all. Sometimes it's exactly the opposite. But people on various cricketing websites there, particularly an Essex-based website, have been pleading for Walter to come back into the Championship side and couldn't understand why he wasn't in it. Well, now they've got their way. Although I don't expect it's as a result of, because of the pleas on social media. Right, so it's going to be Bashir to move in again and bowls, and I think we've all been impressed with Bashir, and amongst those who are impressed is probably Sir Alistair Cook, and I expect, he probably won't give way to such thoughts while he's out there in the middle, but afterwards he may well think that was a useful young bowler. I'll watch his career with interest. That's just nudged backward of square on the onside for a single, because with no exception, Sir Alistair Cook will have faced all the greatest spinners in the world over the last couple of decades or more, and he knows a really good one from the others. It would be really interesting to hear his view on this fella. I think it will be highly complimentary. As Bashir moves in now and bowls to Cook, and Cook plays forward solidly, defensively and respectfully.
He looks a proper off-spinner to me.
He does. He looks a useful player. So inexperienced at the moment as well. This is his Championship debut. That's nudged away for a single.
Interestingly, he grew up and schooled in Surrey.
Yes, Chertsey.
I'm just interested, maybe you can chat to Anthony when he comes back on. How come he ended up down in Taunton or Somerset? What opportunities presented them for him down there?
Well, who knows? I certainly don't. That applies to so many county cricketers. How many county cricketers around the 18 counties really grew up in their county for which they play? Some of them didn't even grow up in their own country for which they play. So, Essex have probably a higher proportion than most in that regard.
Somerset have got a good pathway system.
Yes, but of course some of the counties have a good system of youth, and no names, but we all have our favourite counties in mind who have a useful academy system. Last delivery cracked away into the covers for one run, and then they produce good bowlers, and they get invited to play for a neighbouring bigger county.
Well, that's the same in any workforce, isn't it?
Indeed it is.
I mean, were you not in computers?
I was.
And, you know, if you had a company who offered you a little bit more money, you would have thought about, should I go and work for them?
Yeah, but I always approached them. I was never good enough to be headhunted. Good God, no. I've never been good enough for anything to be headhunted.
Loyalty in the game of cricket can work both ways. It doesn't always. Overton throwing the ball from left to right at the Hayes close end, beside the sight screen. He's on his way in, is the big fella. 2 slips waiting. He bowls outside off stump through to the keeper, and it's a dot ball, 139 for 2.
Now, I now realise why you're sort of taking me to task over that. Of course, that's from more of a personal point of view, which I totally overlooked when I said it. I was obviously thinking of counties in the Midlands, like, you know, Leicestershire, Northants, Derbyshire. They get a really good player, and he doesn't stay for long. One of the bigger boys waves a chequebook at him.
This time it's short. It's played on the back foot with an open face bat by Cook. It goes down to quite a square third man for just the 1 run. 2 left-handers rotate here. Walters on 1, Cook on 61. Score,
Yes.
140 for 2.
And of course, I suppose in some circumstances, when there's lots of counties, like in that East Midlands area where there's lots of counties close to each other, it's easier to go from one county to another.
Without moving.
Precisely. And I mean, cricket is only part of a cricketer's life. You know, when they get towards late 20s or 30, they may well have a wife or partner, a young family growing up. There's a lot more to consider than just their career. They've got their family to consider as well.
Yes, that's right. We all of us, people listening, you all have to earn to pay for the mortgage.
Exactly. That's the
Whether
first and
you're a
foremost thing,
cricketer,
which is basically the reason that most of these cricketers are playing, of course.
Overton in, driven out to cover where there is no run. Good looking ball from Overton, good shot, but no run for Essex. That's absolutely right. I mean, Nottinghamshire to Derbyshire, I might be wrong, but St Brian, is it Brian Clough Way?
Yes.
I mean, is it A6 or something like that? I think it's only about 8 to 10 miles.
A52?
A52, I think you're right.
Yeah.
It's only about 10 miles, 10 miles. Overton is in, bouncer, which Walter gets down, he ducks it, so it's going to have to be quite tall for that. And it was decent bouncer, he ducks, and it goes through to the keeper, no run.
In a way, I hope that road isn't the A52, because it would sound very sad that for some reason I happen to have nothing better going on in my mind than to know the number of the road from Nottingham to Derby.
Listen, I think you're right.
I have a nasty feeling it is the A52. Oh dear.
You often read Motorway and Motorway Bridges, do you, the book?
Yes.
In your evenings. As Overton is in, good delivery. This ball just nips back, but it's well left. That's a cracking delivery. Good bit of cricket there, because the ball's come back at Water. It's gone through to the keeper. Dot ball, 140 for 2, having volunteered to bat at 11 o'clock or 10:30 this morning.
Yes, quite. Well, chosen to. But who can blame them?
Good crowd in, Dick.
There is a good crowd, but then they're not going to be in a good crowd today. When are they? So Alistair Cook on 61, 60 more than his partner, Paul Walter, and it's the former of those. So Alistair Cook. And at last, Bashir is taken out of the attack. He's bowled very, very well indeed. They've taken his big... No, they haven't. 0 for 33 in 14 overs. For a young off-spinner, that's pretty good figures, isn't it?
First class debut.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we said that just before lunch. So it's Josh Davey coming back into the attack. He's so far bowled 4 overs, 1 for 26. The one being Nick Brown, who holed out at short extra cover. So Davey moves in from the river end, River Cann behind us. short of a length, chopped away square on the offside, and it's a long boundary there, but it still crossed it now. It came out of the meat of the bat, as most of them do when Sir Alistair's facing the bowling. Sir Alistair Cook, that is, far be it from me to refer to any player only by his first name, something I've always resisted. I don't know any of the players well enough just to call them by their first name. And Cook plays that backward of square for 4 runs.
I've had a tweet from the editor of the Cricketer Monthly.
Hugh Turbo?
Yes.
And that's just played out on the offside. 1 run scored.
He says, happiness is coming back home to find my son revising with Alistair Cook on 56 not out in the background and listening to our commentary on the YouTube.
Excellent.
Good
Excellent.
afternoon, Mr. Turberville.
See, that was pretty good knowledge on my part. I thought I'm never one to sort of blow my own trumpet, but to know who the editor of the Cricketer was, just like
Very
that.
important, that.
It is. That's played defensively. And the heat of the day now, 2:30, 1:30 by the sun, so it's, yeah, getting a little bit... But we're not going to complain, good grief, we've been waiting for this sort of weather for 5 weeks. I mean, I can think of those early days of the season. I think Essex's first game was at Lord's. Now, admittedly, we're in the sort of sealed environment of the media centre at Lord's, and so you're sheltered a little bit from the elements. But there were some, let's just play back to the bowler, there were some bitter days back in April.
I met Anthony this morning in the car park.
Right, well, that seems...
Welcomed him to Essex.
Yes, I mean, that, you make it sound as if it's really unusual, but I think that's not surprising in the least.
Well, we drove in almost behind each other. And so he got out of his very, very, very nice car.
Well, you've got a brand new car.
Yeah, but it's not a nice car. It's not a sporty car.
Oh, no, not a sporty car. No, you're parked next to me, I'm next, yes. That's just nudged away backward of square on the onside. Or what, single? Yes, carry on.
And it's a beautiful motor car.
Right.
He looked splendid getting out of it.
Right.
As he raised the top of the car.
Right.
You know, soft top car and all that.
Of
Very
course.
trendy. And I said, I can't believe this weather, it's beautiful. And of course they've had Manchester's had better weather than we've had.
Yes.
It's been bitterly cold down in East Anglia, isn't it?
It has.
Unusually cold.
Oh, that's true. It is usually, because usually we get the better part of the conditions.
I've never known our early summer like this.
No. Let's just play defensively back to the bowler. And the statistics prove it, because year after year after year, the driest place in the country is a little village called Great Wakering, just half a dozen miles outside Southend, where I hail from.
Played football there?
Have you? Yeah, I've played cricket there. And in the evening league against Great Wakering. We always used to go back to the exhibition pub afterwards. So I remember the afterwards more than the games, but then that applies to most of the games of club cricket I played. End of the over. 145 for 7. Sorry, dear Essex listener, 145 for 2.
Overton is in again, this time with 2 slips, and Cook plays it into the offside with a slightly open bat safely, but he takes the single and the players rotate. 146 for 2. Overton bowling, running in quite nicely from the the Hayes close end, where you run down the slope, and as you pass the umpire you go up, quite an accent up.
Yeah. I notice your car's quite big, isn't it?
That has to be.
Does it? Right, it dwarfs mine.
As Overton bowls, lid into the leg side, it cannons off Cook's pads, Walter's pads, goes into the leg side. There is no run.
Mine looks like a little dinky toy next to yours.
Does it?
Yeah, you're too young to remember dinky toys.
I do. I'm not that young, dude.
It's right, I was being a little bit sycophantic there.
Yeah.
Fawning. But only put on.
As Overton turns, he's on his way in. We're at fine leg here today as the left-handed taller batsman, Paul Walter, who clips it off his hip down to Sean Dixon beneath the Tom Pearce stand for 1 run. Score moves to 147 for 2. Beautiful day. There's a bit of cloud in the distance, which is technically in the south.
It is.
So that would be towards London.
No, that'll be towards Southend.
Southend, is it?
London is beyond
Isn't
Writtle.
that due south? London?
No. This ground runs more or less northwest to southeast, so that corner is southeast.
Overton in, right arm over the wicket, not around. Cook plays up to mid-off, no run.
I was always taught that in the summer, if you stand a pencil on end at 1 o'clock at lunchtime, then the shadow will point north.
Dick,
now
you're an hour and a half late.
It's now 2:30, 1:30 by the sun, so yes, it's an hour and a half late, and the arrow's pointing over my left shoulder.
Is it? All I ever remember about Chelmsford, because I played here for so many years, is where the wind comes from, prevailing wind. This is possibly a leg by as it goes down the leg side. The keeper, Rue, runs after it. He prevents the 2, but there is a leg by. Essex move to 148 for 2. When you play here, one of the first things I always used to do, and cricketers, bowlers do, is look where the wind is on the day of the game. Today we've got a little easterly that's going across the pavilion, across the pitch towards the pavilion. But here at Chelmsford, normally the prevailing wind would be over the executive boxes towards the scoreboard.
Yes.
And invariably I'd used to bowl into it from this bottom river end as Overton bowls. That's a good delivery, could have nicked it. There's an appeal going up. The 3 behind the stumps were very confident. Overton looks rather dejected, but Water stays there. And Nigel Long, the umpire, formerly of Kent, has decided it's not out. Somerset look a little dejected there at the end of a very good over. 148 for 2.
Yes, well, we're not in a position to judge at all, so that's what the umpires are paid for. That's what I always say. It's none of our business. Well, I've always maintained I get paid to describe the action, not to pass judgment on umpires. They have a difficult enough job without the likes of me having my 4 penneth. So it's going to be Josh Davey to continue from the river end. And the only time I ever played cricket here was before Essex had it as a permanent ground. I played against Chelmsford, the club, because I mean for a long time it was the Chelmsford Cricket Club. And that's just nudged away on the onside for a single by Cook. They now play in
Chelmer Park.
Yeah, Chelmer Park.
Just up the road, about a mile up the road?
Yeah, about that, yes. Out towards Gallywood.
They still play in the Essex Premier League?
Oh yes, and they're going well. Oh, yeah, I usually like to go through when I'm commentating on a Sunday, I usually like to go through the club cricket, some of the club cricket fixtures from the previous day. I'll just look them up as next delivery. It's played away very pleasantly and made a good sound off the bat. It's only a single out to mid-wicket, but it was a good-looking shot.
Do you get the opportunity to watch much of the East Anglian Premier League? Because our area is sort of kind of split. You've got the Essex League in the south, more or less, and then you've got teams like Frinton or Saffron Walden who play in the East Anglian Premier and go up to Cambridge and Wisbech and beyond.
Yeah, those two, plus Whittam now.
Whittam
went up a couple of years ago, so there's nothing in the southern part of the county in the East Anglian Premier, but both, that's just played out on the onside for a dot ball, but both the East Anglian Premier and the Essex Premier are the top level of club cricket. There are 29, I think. I can't remember what these leagues are called, but they're leagues that were originally set up or authorised by the ECB to bring on young players. I think there are about 27 or 8 or 9 of them around the country. If I ever did get on Mastermind, I think the only thing near my specialist subject, apart from the motorways of Britain, might be club cricket in the southeast. That's down outside the off stump. And Yeah, in the Essex, it's unsurprisingly Hornchurch who are making their weight and their money felt, and bringing off the results as well. The club in the Essex Premier that I follow most closely, because I used to play for them, is Hadley and Thundersley. They came off fairly badly yesterday, I believe.
Have they always been Hadley and Thundersley, or were they two teams that merged?
Well, they were the latter, but that's just cracked away square on the offside, and 4 runs. After the war, I hasten to say I wasn't there. There were 2 clubs before the war, and obviously Hadley and Thundersley, and before the war, obviously all such frivolities had to close down. And so afterwards, in about 1946 or 7, they decided to rejuvenate club cricket in that area, and the 2 clubs merged and became Hadley and Thundersley. So it's been around. They've been around as Hadley and Thundersley since the war, which is quite a few years ago. As Josh Davey moves in and bowls, and that's played defensively back to the bowler, and it's the end of the over, with Essex having won the toss and chosen to bat. 154 for 2, with Cook not out 72, Walter not out 3.
Well, it wasn't a bad over. The only issue I have is that 1-4 ball, which was delightfully cut, had a bit of width, and was sent to the offside boundary. Good shot that was. So 72 runs for Alistair Cook. Can he go on? Did you see, it was a drop, but did you see the chance off the bowling of Matt Henry? It was Josh Davey at square leg.
No, I didn't.
It was a difficult chance. Overton in, driven back to Overton on his follow through, and there's a bit of a stare between the two, the batsman and the bowler. Craig Overton. I'm trying to think if they've played together. No, it was Jamie Overton, his brother, who played with Paul Walter at the Manchester Originals, where Walter had a very good 100 campaign last year. Craig would have played for Southern Brave as Walter waits. Overton bowls a short ball, which he didn't really get hold of, did Paul Walter.
Hardly.
He may have cannoned it off the inside edge into his body, going out on the offside. It could have bowled him, but Craig will certainly be bowling such an aggressive delivery again, I'm sure. Because
Yes.
Paul Walter likes to play on the front foot wherever possible, because he is a giant of a man. Overton's on his way in, right arm over the wicket. Walter, this time is a genuine play and miss. Hasn't come quite as forward this time, which allows the ball to move, and there's a genuine play and miss. Well bowled.
It's odd how the tallest of players seem to play for Essex. I remember, I lose track of time, but maybe 10 years ago or a bit more, we had Will Jefferson playing,
Yeah,
and he was about the same height.
Yes, yeah.
If not tall, I'm not sure how tall Will Jefferson was, but they're both big lads.
Bat is aloft. Walter faces. This time there's another good delivery. Testing over. I have to say I'm enjoying this. It's a very in vogue sort of phrase, matchups. But for me, after lunch we've seen a little bit of the off spin, we've seen a bit of Davey, and we saw Matt Henry, who created a chance but it wasn't taken. But for me, this is cracking cricket. You've got, I don't want to say a fast and nasty, but you've got a fast bowler who's acting aggressively, who's trying like hell to get a wicket. This time another, well, it's a decent delivery. This time as a forward defensive into the offside, and there is no run. Great over this. Lots of endeavour.
Yes, it is. Yes.
Lots of endeavour.
Yes, and I'd always thought that, both the Overton brothers, they seemed like the archetypal, the epitome of fast bowlers, sort of mentally as well as physically.
Oh, it's You advertise the job of a fast bowler in the Daily Telegraph or the Mail or the Sun, it just wouldn't sound attractive. He bowls outside off stump. This time, sensibly, Paul Water leaves it alone, allows it to go through to the keeper. That's the end of the over, 154 for 2, and that's the end of me as I welcome back.
Is it? Well,
Anthony Gibson.
Before you go, I must commend you publicly for the quality of the rhubarb crumble. It was second to none.
Have you left me some?
Yes. I mustn't say it was second to none. It was second only to my wife's. Otherwise, it won't be worth going home.
Listen, I understand that. Fact stick. Here's Anthony.
And here also is the next over, which is about to be bowled by Josh Davey from the River End. 1 for 37 so far in 6 overs, so going more or less a run a ball. And moves in now to bowl to Cook. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Cook, who goes forward solidly, defensively, head over the ball. It trickles back down the wicket to the fielder, who I think is probably the skipper, Abel. 28, indeed it is. And a slight hold-up, a sort of triumvirate of 3 players having a bit of a discussion there.
Josh Davey going at 6 runs and over. It's not good when what Somerset must be striving to do is to do what the players call bowl dry, which is to concede as few runs as possible and put the pressure on the batsman.
Yes, as Davey moves in now and bowls. That's just pushed out on the offside for a single, just wide of the the solitary slip, and Overton, they just went through for a comfortable single. So Essex going along pleasantly, as they really should, you know, on a day like this when you're not going to get a decent score. And I was just thinking over lunchtime, is there any sport in the world where so much of it depends on the way the coin lands? I mean, if it had landed the other way round, it would probably, the positions or the score would probably have been something very similar, and it would be Essex who are facing a long, hard day in the field. It seems almost unfair, but I suppose people would say swings and roundabouts, it's all evens itself up by the time they all retire, and I suppose it does. But
well, we did have that period, 2 or 3 seasons, when the away team had the option of bowling first.
Yes, but of course they wouldn't choose to, would they?
No, not today.
No.
But it's sort of the idea.
Well, I thought that was quite a good idea. I don't know quite another one, a bit like umpires on selection committees. They just sort of withdraw these features, and we never explained why. That's just played defensively. I thought that away side regulation was quite a good idea, but somebody didn't, and therefore they knocked it on the head. So yes, I came to the conclusion that there probably isn't any other game in the world where the landing of a coin can make so much difference. I mean, in rugby and in football, doesn't really matter who kicks which way, probably in the end. And that's just played out on the offside for, might not reach the boundary, but yes it will. It'll just stagger over the boundary at extra cover for 4 runs. Well, cover rather than extra cover.
He's bowling at least 1 4-ball and over, Josh
Yes.
Davey. Short and wide the previous over, and that one was a half volley on off stump.
Yes, it was. It was rather get what it merited. So this is the last ball of Davies' 7th over. Moves in now, bowls. And there's a good looking shot, but it's only straight to the man at short mid wicket, who does well to smother it, doesn't field it cleanly, but the fact he got in the way of it is highly commendable, and results in a dot ball. End of the over, and Josh Davies now bowled 7 overs, continuing a run of ball, 1 for 42, Essex 159 for 2, Cook 73, Walter 7.
Yes, just going back to a conversation that Don and I were having about the paucity of spin bowlers. I had a couple of tweets from Darius Plumden. Says, you and your colleague rightly say spinners would have more opportunities if the wickets helped them, but any county who does that gets a warning, fine or suspended points deduction for doing so. Leach learned when Taunton was Hyderabad, and Graham Swan learnt at Wantage Road when it turned. It's true that both home there are later on flat wickets, but would they have had the chance if they'd not learnt on turning pitches? Good question. Here's Overton in a bowls to Cook, who plays that back up the pitch and won't get a run.
And also, were spin bowlers more effective in the days when we had more games played at outgrounds, on club grounds? I suppose it's the same thing, isn't it, really?
Yep. It's...
Certainly I can remember it from the Essex point of view. John Childs and Peter Such used to get a stack of wickets at Colchester, which was always in August, so it was late season and it was an outground.
Here's Overton to Cook, who pulls, but Sean Dixon will move round below us to do the fielding, so it's just a single, 159 for 2. Yeah, I mean, Brian Langford used to take stacks of wickets at Bath.
Yes.
When Somerset played there, and the pitch was looked after by the municipal groundsman. So the pitches could never. Sometimes they were absolute belters, and other times less so.
Yes, so the demise of a lot of outground cricket has been a sad thing in many, many respects.
Overton in a bowls, and late withdrawal from Paul Walter. But it is, I don't understand why the ECB come down more heavily on pitches that turn than the pitches that seam.
I'm with you entirely.
When England are so short of quality spin bowlers.
I'm with you entirely. Very much a batsman's game now, and I'm sure it's all to do with marketing.
Oh, for the days of uncovered pitches.
Well, batsmen expect to play on, feather beds or shirt fronts.
Here's Overton in and bowls, and this is edged down wide of slips. There's no third man, so that's 4 runs. Shoaib Bashir goes off in vain pursuit, 164 for 2. I tweeted just now that Somerset not wilting in the heat, but it's not easy for them out there.
One of the many things I don't understand about cricket, and I'm beginning to think the longer I follow it, the less I understand it with every day that passes, is that players in all 18 counties, doesn't apply to Essex or Somerset any more than the other 16. Come back to this latest hobby horse.
Here's Overton into Walter, and this squirts off a leading edge, and it's 4 more runs, entirely involuntary 4 more runs. Walter was looking to play that through mid-wicket. It's ended up on the third man boundary, and Craig Overton standing there with both hands on his hips, not impressed. He had a confident appeal for a catch behind against Paul Walter, turned down by Nigel Long, and I think he's feeling that nothing is going for him at the moment. Craig Overton, all the world's against him. He's having no luck at all. Here he comes again. He's in and bowls to Walter, who just comes half forward in his crease and plays that solidly into the offside end of that over, which was the 50th of the innings. It's 168 for 2, so Essex going along at just over 3 runs and over.
Yep.
15 to Paul Walter, 74 to Sir Alistair Cook. And it's hot work out there for the Somerset bowlers and fielders.
And one of the ways batsmen in particular, well, for the sake of this point I'm making, concerns batsmen making their way and to play at this level of the game, is by club cricket. They will play club cricket. Okay, they may be in academies, but if they're in academies, why don't you get a silencer put on your bike?
It's the Chelmsford chapter of Hell's Angels.
Dreadful. It's by club cricket. Come back to that after this delivery from Davey, and usually comes as a result of getting stacks of runs consistently in club cricket. Now in club cricket, even at the top level, they're playing on generally good wickets, but not all feather beds, not all shirt fronts. Some of them, a bit damp or turn a bit, turn quite a lot. Spin bowlers do very well in club cricket, and yet as soon as they make the grade into county cricket, they suddenly, almost literally overnight, are expected and to play on and are provided with as nigh on perfect batting tracks as you can get, and I've never been able to understand that. I never will, and I won't lose any sleep over it. Davey moves in, bowls, and that's just pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score of 168 for 2. Cook not out 74, Walter not out.
I think the other factor in the equation is something I don't think anyone in particular is to blame for, and that's the fact that pitches just seem to last so much better these days. They don't crumble in the way they used to. So there isn't even anything very much in it for the spin bowlers, even on the fourth day. They just seem to get flatter and slower and lower as the game goes on. It's a problem down at Taunton.
Yes. As Davey moves in and bowls, that's pushed out on the offside. They go through for a comfortable single. Picked up at extra cover in the end.
Whether that's to do with climate change, I do not know, but it's not inconceivable. It's groundsmen's techniques, difference in the way wickets are dressed these days, but they just seem, they seem to be built to last for 10 days.
Yes.
When did you last see a dusty wicket?
In county cricket, you mean? Yes, I'm not that old. But yes, it used to be regular occurrences. There was Davey moves in and bowls. And I know we shouldn't compare cricket to a different era. That's just played out on the onside. There was a famous test match. I can't recall. I'm very good at half remembering things, but not in their entirety. A game at the Oval, a test match at the Oval, probably the final test, and it had been raining a lot over preceding times, and eventually the pitch was dried out. Obviously England were in a better position, and they invited members of the public onto the square and gave them cloths and absorbent sponges and things.
That's when Derek Underwood bowled out the Australians, wasn't it?
Is that when it was?
Every
yes.
single England field.
And these pictures available on, if you Google it, other search engines available, that's played out to mid-on, of members of the crowd going on and helping to mop up the pitch. You can just imagine that happening now, can't you? Yes, of course, it would have been Underwood, wouldn't it?
1968, probably.
Yes.
It's a better over so far from Josh Davey. Just conceded the one run.
As Davey moves in again, bowls. And that's met with a solid bat, nearly sort of Dolly's hat or something from the bowler, Paul Walter, the batsman Paul Walter. And it's the end of the over. So good over from Josh Davey. That only conceded one run, by far his most economical. And Essex just moved on by that one to 169 for 2 after 52 overs.
And it is stinking hot here at
it is
the Cloud County Ground at Chelmsford. Just a little bit of breeze coming in from the south, southeast, southwest, and a few clouds away in the distance, but nothing resembling a thundercloud. Casey Aldridge, who bowled a fairly unimpressive spell this morning. He's going to be bowling from the Hayes Close end to Alistair Cook, who's on 75 with a slip and a gully. Aldridge in and bowls. This is turned into the onside, but only as far as Josh Davey, who makes a good stop at shortish mid-wicket.
Cook's highest championship score of the season so far, if memory serves me right, which is a big proviso because it frequently doesn't. I think he was out for 99 in the preceding home game here, the championship.
Is Aldridge in bowls, and as a run here. As George Bartlett emerges from the shadow of the stand just to our right to do the fielding. 170 for 2. Cook on to 76. Thundery showers forecast for Langport. I don't know what the weather is. That's down in Somerset, not far from Taunton, which is where I live. Langport, that is, not Taunton. But no sign of any thunder here at Chelmsford. As Aldridge bowls to Walter, who drives and will pick up just a single as Tom Kohler-Cadmore does the fielding from mid-off.
Thanks.
Time that shot.
Thanks for the text from Ashley, the communications guru, for want of a better word, here at Essex, who points out the replays clearly show that the Overton to Walter delivery hit the pad.
Oh, right. Oh, good decision. Aldridge in a bowls full length and played up the onside of the pitch by Alistair Cook to Matt Henry, who's fielding at mid-on. Elsewhere, the Kent recovery continues against Surrey. 153 for 5 now, with Jordan Cox 62 and Joey Everson, who's a player for the future, 52 not out. Aldridge in a bowls, and this is well taken by James Rue going down the leg side. Those two came together when the score was 41, so they've added 113 for the 6th wicket for Kent. Well batted Jordan Cox and Joey Everson. Where else have we got? Hampshire 104 for 7 against Lancashire. As Aldridge bowls and Cook plays that into the offside. Who's got the... Where's that being played? It's being played at Southport, of course. That's where Annie Chave was supposed to be.
Oh, right.
Annie Chave, who sadly hasn't been very well. She's out of hospital. And if you're listening to us, Annie, all the very best for a speedy and as complete a recovery as can possibly be accomplished. And I'm sure you'd much rather be at Southport with Paul Edwards, who looks after his fellow broadcasters and journalists so well up at Southport, buys us all a drink in the middle of the afternoon. Had a lovely 4 days up there last season, even though it did feature Keaton Jennings scoring a 100 against Somerset. End of that over, 171 for 2, 76 to Alistair Cook, 16 to Paul Walter, and it's just getting hotter and hotter as the afternoon wears on.
Yes, it is. And yes, I'm looking forward to the Essex game away to Lancashire, because they are at a ground that I've never visited in all the years I've been doing this, and they're at Blackpool.
We were going to play Lancashire at Blackpool, and I was looking forward to it, but they moved it to Old Trafford, which isn't my favourite ground. Well, I did have the pleasure of commentating with David Lloyd, Bumble, and great fun it was too.
All right, yes, last time I was there I had probably similar fun commentating with Stuart Law, who's always exceptionally good value.
We had Paul Allott as well, who's got a very dry sense of humour.
Yes, he has, hasn't he? Yes, I remember he was up there as well. Yes. So dry it's almost parched. As Bashir moves in and bowls. Oh, and... Well, we'll see if the umpire's got anything to say about that. No, he hasn't, so it was off the bat.
Yeah, just to the left of George Bartlett, that forward short leg. Again,
So-
the bounce, a little bit of bounce from Shoaib Bashir.
So Bashir almost had his first-class wicket, and nobody apart from the Essex batsman would begrudge him one, because he's bowled really well, and I for one will be following his career henceforth. As he moves in now and bowls, and played it out on the offside.
I just hope he gets a wicket, and then it would give me the justification for interviewing him at the close of play, and then I
Yes.
can find out how he came to be at Somerset, because I confess I have no more idea than
No.
Or any of the other people we've heard from today.
As he moves in now, right arm round the wicket, bowls, and that has been dispatched so quickly I couldn't follow the ball over mid-wicket for 6. That was very much the sort of shot we've been seeing almost routinely over the last week or two with the T20, but that came almost out of the blue, really, because it'd been a fairly quiet, typical sort of middle of afternoon phase of the game on a very hot sunny day, and suddenly Walter unleashes this tremendous hit over mid-wicket for 6 penneth. But the important thing, and that's hurried through a little bit, played backwards of square. And for some reason, never having seen and certainly not having spoken to the bowler before, you need to be strong mentally when you're a slow bowler, and I just get that feeling that he can probably cope with this. You have to accept the fact that now and again you are going to get hit out of the park, as they say. And Bashir, I think, is fully aware of that, just accepts it and parcel of the job. That's just played back to him. If you don't accept that, then you're in the wrong business, I think, because especially in the modern game, every bowler gets clobbered. Like another one there, as 4 runs this time, as Walter comes down the wicket, gets the pitch to the ball and drills it past the bowler. So by far the most expensive over from Bashir, 116,004, so that gave away 12, but that takes nothing away from the fact that it looks a fine prospect for the future, and it looks as if it's going to be a drinks break. Now, there have been times when I and most of my colleagues have criticised the preponderance of drinks breaks, but boy, if ever there was a day when it was needed, then it's today, and nobody would begrudge them whatever it is they have. In club cricket it would have been a crafty half a bitter, but I don't think they would indulge in such.
500 career runs for Paul Walter in first class cricket. He hasn't actually played much first class cricket.
No, he hasn't.
He has played 36 matches. He averages pretty well. That's 36.8.
I'm surprised it's that much, to be honest. Yeah, so, well, I was going to say we'll use this opportunity to run down the cards, such as it is. Nick Brown caught by Kola Cadmore at short extra cover off the bowling of Davey for 33 when the score was 66. And then 70 was added for the second wicket before Tom Westley was caught by wicketkeeper James Rew off Craig Overton for 37. Since then, Cook has gone on to reach 77 not out, and Paul Walter 27 not out at 183 for 2. So these two take one from t'other, and they've put on 47 runs between them.
An opportunity for me to say happy birthday to Mike Tarr, distinguished artist, great Somerset cricket supporter and fellow trustee of the excellent Somerset Cricket Museum. Happy birthday, Mike.
Indeed. Right, drinks are over. Well deserved. And play is in progress again.
That is Aldridge in to Cook outside the off stump. And no shot. They didn't waste too much time with that drinks break.
No, they didn't, did they?
54 overs have been bowled, so we've got another 42 in the day. And I think tea will be pretty much on time, as Aldridge is in a bowl to Cook, who comes across his stumps in that familiar way and plays it back to the bowler. Ben Green comes leaping across to give his sunglasses to George Bartlett. Not sure who Ben Green is on for, but I think it's probably Craig Overton, because the unmistakable figure of Craigo is nowhere to be seen as Aldrich is in and bowls outside the off stump. good pace. We've got Tom Abel, who's been fielding at, well, he started off the day fielding at first slip, then he went out and was at short extra cover or short mid wicket. But he's back now at first slip in the absence of Craig Overton, and with another candidate for first slip bowling in the shape of Casey Aldridge. Here he comes, kicking up his heels. He's there and bowls. This is driven away through the offside. That'll be 4 runs. Handsome shot from Alistair Cook, and it genuinely was. Front foot drive takes him on to 81, 187 for 2, and the applause suggests that that's a 50 partnership.
Yes, it is. It was 47, so yep.
$187 for 2 as Aldridge is in again to Cook, who turns this straight to Josh Davey at short mid wicket, and there won't be a run. There is a decent contingent of Somerset supporters up for this game. A tractor driver is out there, tractor as he prefers to be called. The driver is superfluous, but Tractor and his mates are here somewhere, usually on the far side, possibly in the Taco Bell stand over there. Aldridge bowls is an attempted pull shot, hook shot from Alistair Cook to a ball flying down the leg side. He makes no contact with it, and end of another Casey Aldridge over. He has figures of 0 for 32 in 8 overs, and he's been tidy but not really threatening.
Well, I hope all the visiting supporters thoroughly enjoy their few days in and around Chelmsford.
Oh, they do.
We've got the light evenings now, and I can thoroughly recommend Essex. Sometimes, as a county, I don't mean a cricket county, but just as a county, sometimes gets bad press, but it's very much sort of a county of two halves, really, and there's some delightful village pubs not far from Chelmsford, so
There's some good pubs in Chelmsford.
well, there's some good pubs in Chelmsford, but there's something about the atmosphere of a country pub that you can't beat, especially if they sell some decent real ale, which most of them do nowadays.
Well, I was thinking of I'm staying at Braintree.
Oh, right.
Yeah. And there's a good pub there which I went to last night called King William IV. But I was thinking of stopping at Writtle on my way back, where there's the Wheat Sheaf, which I'm told is a very nice pub. And I've been to Writtle before because it's where the Essex College of Agriculture.
Yes, it is. As that's well fielded. I hesitated because I wasn't sure if we got past the fielder or not, but it's well fielded.
Matt
Third
Henry.
man. Yes, yes, one of the agricultural colleges in this neck of the woods. There's also one called Chadacre just over the border into Suffolk, I think. But Rittle's sort of the top dog. That's worked away on the leg side, but only straight to the man. Braintree is Priti Patel country. She's the MP for there.
Oh.
I make no further comment whatever, apart from to tell you who the local MP is. But that's just pushed out on the offside. No addition to the score. That's, of course, latest news. I mean, she might have resigned since we came on air this morning. I don't know. As Bashir moves in now, right arm round the wicket, and that's dug out and played respectfully by the tall figure of Paul Walter.
Andrew Thompson on Twitter begs to differ with Ashley, the Essex guru, who says the ball was nowhere near the pads, only the outside edge.
Oh well. He pays him money and takes a choice. It's all history now, so it doesn't really matter in the least. But thanks for taking the trouble to email your opinion. And
yeah, a bit more on Shoaib Bashir as well.
oh, excellent. That'd be interesting.
After this delivery.
He moves in now, right arm round the wicket, and played again with great respect, and deservedly so. Another good over.
Also from Andrew Thompson.
Yeah, that's especially good from Bashir, because the last over he'd been hit for 4 and a 6, and now he comes back with a maiden.
Yeah.
Now that is a sign of a very promising young spin bowler.
Bashir played age group cricket for Surrey and has also represented Middlesex and Berkshire's under-18s.
All right.
Still doesn't quite
Still
explain
doesn't.
how he came to be at Somerset, but if I get the chance, I will ask him. He just needs to pick up a wicket or two. But there's no reason why he shouldn't. We're going to have another over from the persevering Craig Overton. He's put in a good shift. He's in, bowls to Cook, who's crosses stumps, playing that into the onside, and there's no run. I must say one good thing about it's not Overton, it's Aldridge, of course, not Craig Overton. But I'll say what I was going to say anyway, which is that he's not showing any signs of that tendinitis, Craig Overton, here today, because it has troubled him right the way through the season. It's Aldridge, though, to Cook, and takes him on the pad, and the ball runs out into the offside, and Overton is back on the field, moves out from the slips to do the fielding. 187 for 2, Alistair Cook on 81, Paul Walter on 27. Just half an hour to go before the tea interval. Aldridge is in and bowls, and this is just run off open face by Alistair Cook, backward a square on the offside just for a single. Tom Lammonby. Lammonby will be looking to get some runs. His place is under some pressure, I think it would be fair to say. Got Tom Banton waiting in the wings, and Lewis Goldsworthy.
Right, at last I've caught the attention of Don Topley, who was preaching next door in the press box, as he does.
Here's Aldridge in there, bowls, and it's bowled. Well bowled Casey Aldridge, and that's the end of Paul Walter. Just watch the replay on that. And the bail is just being retrieved by David Milnes. Just clipped the very top of the stumps and removed the bails without disturbing the stumps to any extent. And that's Paul Walter, bowled by Casey Aldridge for 27. It's 188 for 3, and well bowled Casey Aldridge. Just putting a little bit extra into that delivery, which he does have the ability to do, the capacity to do. He normally bowls quite well within himself. Just bent his back a little bit more, then got a little bit of nip from this pitch, and trimmed Paul Walter's bails. 188 for 3.
You've got a few wickets, you, on commentary today, haven't you?
Well, not many.
Well, you got the one just before you disappeared.
No, I didn't. I'd gone.
Had you gone?
Yeah, when Nick Brown.
Nick Brown, and then we had Tom Wesley. No,
I didn't get him either.
Didn't you? I thought you did.
But I did get Paul Walter.
Did you? 188 for 3. In a way, look, you've pegged Essex back a little bit with that wicket, I reckon. One of the issues the county of Essex have had, Anthony, is we don't often in Championship cricket score runs quickly.
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
We don't. Traditionally, we haven't.
You haven't got many batting points, have you?
No, but we just haven't. You know, Lawrence got 100 at the beginning, hasn't done much of late. That's one of the criticisms. We just don't score quick enough. We can bat long enough, but we don't score them quick enough. If you disagree with me, tell me,
well,
please.
We're going along at just over 3 runs and over at the moment. Here comes Aldridge into Critchley, who will get off the mark with 4 runs down to third man.
And I'm
Voice of Craig Overton down below us. Tom Abel doing the retrieving. They're a noisy lot, Somerset. Tom Abel
you said
foremost amongst them.
you said it, and that's just not your players. Sorry, that was naughty.
Here comes Aldridge. 2 slips in a gully. He's in and bowls to Critchley outside his off stump. Critchley took 2 runs. No, it took 4 runs, I think, wasn't it? Or did he get just? Yeah, it went for 4. It did go for 4. Tom Abel's retrieving was in vain. End of that over. It is 192 now for 3. The score on the live stream is frozen for the time being. But Alistair Cook has 82 and Matt Critchley just the 4.
You're listening to BBC Essex, BBC Radio Somerset here at the Cloud County Ground, Chelmsford, on a beautiful day in Essex. Essex won the toss, 192 for 3. I'm sure Somerset would have opted to bowl. Bashir back on, round the wicket to the left-handed Cook. Cook forces it into the leg side. He goes for 1. He calls his partner back for another. And there is 2 out to deep mid-wicket. 194 for 3. And of course, we talk about points, bonus points. You guys have done well on batting and bowling, to be honest.
We have more bonus points than any other county in the First Division, 31.
As Bashir round the wicket to Cook again. Cook clips it against the spin into the leg side. He will just take the 1 as deep square leg. Moves the best part of 20 metres in front of square to collect the ball. 1 more run to Cook. 195 for 3.
Now, if that had been Tom Abel, they'd have taken 2 there.
Good runner between the wickets. Yeah, they were only looking for 1 really,
Although
weren't they?
you probably won't remember this, but he did his hamstring here last year at the end of July,
Yes.
going for a second run and had to go off.
I think I do remember it. As Bashir bowls, right arm over the wicket to the right-handed Critchley, spinner to spinner, drives it to mid-on. There is no run.
And then Lewis Goldsworthy was hit on the head, and he had to go off. And Tom Banton came in as a concussion replacement and scored a century, the first century by a concussion replacement.
This time played into the leg side with the spin, sensibly by Critchley. There is no run.
Tom Banton, who can't get into the side despite.
I was going to ask you that.
He's been in the runs. He's been batting beautifully in the blast.
Right.
Not got a big score yet, but consistently getting the innings off to a good start.
Bowls, little quicker, a little bit of bounce there. Played off the back foot by Critchley, no run. I think Banton is playing for the Northern Superchargers in the 100. I think he is.
Well, he's a much better player than he was last season.
He'll be disappointed that he doesn't get a game, is that right?
Very disappointed. He's been working really hard on his red ball game.
I found a little bit of info through one of my great researchers. This was played out at the end of the over for the right-handed Critchley. Plays a kind of late cut. He opens the face down to backward point and takes the single. If I could just find this, if it's a bit of info which I researched through a friend. It was while playing for Berkshire under-18s that Bashir first came to Somerset's attention, taking 5 for 19 in the Royal London National County T20 competition semi-final. So there you go. And there's a little bit more. I'll have to read that up this over, but he's just been awarded a contract, hasn't he?
He's just had a new extended contract. Well, he's got a 2-year contract anyway. As Aldridge is in and bowls, and this is whipped away down to deep backward square leg, where it'll be fielded by the man, Shoaib Bashir, and they take a single. 198 for 3.
He's capped a remarkable few weeks by winning a professional contract at Somerset for the 23 season.
And he's now extended that by 2 years.
That's good. He followed up his match figures of 6 for 78, including a 5 for against Warwickshire in Taunton in the 2s.
Here comes Aldridge He's in, bowls to Cook, who swings this down to fine leg for 4 runs. Moves on to 89. Poor delivery from Casey Aldridge. No good kicking at the footholds on his way back. It's money for old rope, that, and it's the Essex 200 on the board. 201 for 3 in the 59th over. And too many deliveries like that from Somerset's second string seamers. They're change bowlers, Aldridge and Davey. Aldridge to Cook. Cook again nudges this, not at full power, down to fine leg, and Sean Dixon has no difficulty in keeping them to a single. Sends in the return. 202 for 3. Cook on to 90.
Early indications he will aim to continue his development by playing club cricket in Australia this coming winter.
Good, yeah. Well, it's a good move, learning to bowl on those harder, truer pitches.
Yeah, flat wickets.
Aldridge in bowls. This is beautifully dealt with by Matt Critchley. He was over-pitched on leg stump, but even so, that was handsomely turned away through mid-wicket by Critchley. But that's 2 4 balls in the over from Casey Aldridge and Somerset. One thing they have been very poor at, Somerset, not so much in the last couple of games but earlier in the season, is bowling dry to build pressure on batsmen on flat wickets.
And you do that in partnerships, don't you? It's not just one person. You've got to rely on your mate at the other end just to turn the tap off.
Aldridge to Critchley, up on his toes, defending that. Up to Kohler Cadmore at mid-on. And there's no run. 206 for 3. Critchley on to 10. Cook on 90. It's Critchley on strike. Aldridge bowls. This is whipped away down to long leg, where Shoaib Bashir will be waiting for it. It just disappears out of my view. But it is just the single. It's the end of the over. The 59th over of the innings is 208 for 3. And we have 5 overs to go before the tea interval.
Now, Anthony, you're a lover of sport, top level professional sport. Did you notice this week anything to do with the Hammers?
Well, they won whatever European Cup it is.
Well, I've got a mate in front of me who, years ago, we went to Barbados in 1985 together. Ian and Wagsy were sitting in front of us listening in, but he went to Prague, celebrated. He hasn't made it home. Well, hang on. He went to Prague. He lives in Spain. All right, lives in Spain, gone to Prague, came via England, hasn't made it home to Spain yet. Bashir bowls. This is played into the leg side with the spin, but it goes straight along the floor to the man under the lid, bat pad.
A little bit of turn there, I think, judging by the reaction of the close fielders.
If we get 2 or 3 days of this weather, it will turn out at Chelmsford this in this 4-day game. Driven into the leg side, well fielded by Casey Aldridge, number 5. As he dives, the bowler who's been bowling, he dives to his right and ensures it only gets the single.
Very good fielder, Casey Aldridge, either in the slips or in the outfield. One of the best.
Well, we were reminiscing earlier, Dick, myself, yourself as well, as Bashir bowls slightly quicker. Cook comes forward, smothers the spin back down to the bowler. We were talking about athletic fielders and the bowlers today. Craig Overton, Jamie Overton. There's some cracking, big, tall, burly bowlers who field beautifully today. Little quicker this time. Cook drives it back on the follow through of Shoaib Bashir, who fields well. Derek Pringle was a gentleman we can talk about, or Gus Fraser, wonderful cricketers, but not quite finely tuned race animals these lads are today. Slightly slower, it's dug out, slightly slower delivered there by Bashir, but dug out well into the offside no run. David Milnes, who's both umpires are in shirt sleeve order. As Bashir bowls, little quicker, it's cut to backward point, there is no run. End of the over, score is 208 for 3 off 60 overs. So that's an interesting comparison, isn't it? I mentioned 2 there. When you look back at Derek Pringle and perhaps Angus Fraser, wonderful cricketers, but not necessarily anything close to the finely choose.
But you know, there were fast bowlers who could.
Yeah.
Were expert field. Fred Rumsey, for
Yep.
example,
Yep.
was brilliant in the slips.
I'm not sure Bob Willis would be
No, he
thought
wasn't.
of
No,
as
he wasn't.
athletic. But there were a few, but every single one of them today is, aren't they?
Absolutely.
You name me, pardon the phrase, you name me a donkey in the field. Have Somerset got a donkey in the field?
No.
Paul Walter has got a safe pair of hands, probably doesn't move particularly quick to the ball, but I wouldn't call him a donkey.
We have got Matt Henry coming back into the attack. He's bowling to Critchley, who swings this down to fine leg, and Bashir will do the fielding.
2 runs.
Not sure what that came off. It can't have come off much of the bat.
Glove, I
otherwise,
think.
otherwise it would have run away down to the boundary across this parched outfield. 210 for 3, I think it is. If I peer through the press box to catch a glimpse of the main scoreboard, which is away to our left, the other scoreboard, which is eminently readable, the lesser of the 2 scoreboard, but it's just a little bit behindhand in putting up the scores. So it's Henry to Critchley again and bowls, and this is dead batted by Critchley out into the onside, picked up by Tom Lammonby.
Somerset could really have a quiet 20 overs here to get to the new ball, couldn't they, really? They would love that. I mean, it does look benign, it does look lovely to bat on, Anthony.
Yeah, just the occasional ball from Shoaib Bashir, bit of spin, that's down to Bashir, but not in the air. It was in the air for a time, but reaches Bashir on about the 4th bounce down at long leg. Again, it's just a single. Interesting to see Matt Henry going with the short ball tactic. Not a bad ploy, as Critchley looks as if he's willing to play the pulls and the hooks. Somerset will be hoping that he just miscues one of them, top edge. I think I'd probably put it, if that is the ploy, I'm not sure I'd have Bashir down there. I'm not sure he's got the safest pair of hands. Put Tom Lammonby down there probably. Here's Matt Henry in and bowls to Alistair Cook. Plays that solidly, defensively. Back up the pitch. I haven't seen Alistair Cook get 100 since the Bob Willis final back in 2020.
Gosh, we did that at Lord's.
Freezing cold day at Lord's.
We did that, didn't we?
Dismal match that was.
Yeah.
Absolutely dismal. Dreadful wicket. Nobody there, obviously, because it was COVID. There's Henry in and bowls. And that's turned square out to Bartlett for a single. Alistair Cook onto 91 to 12 for 3.
All the cricket, all the times he's batted, do you know what? He'll still be excited to get 100 here. He really will. On a good deck, good toss to win, making the most of it. Possibly just that chance earlier in the day where he was dropped at square leg, but it would have been a magnificent catch if it had been taken by Davey.
Henry to Critchley is there and bowls, and Critchley defends. Gets one that, judging by the way he adjusted his defensive shot, just moved late on him from Matt Henry, but played it well. End of the over, 212 for 3. That was the 61st over of the innings. I think we will actually, we've got 10 minutes to go before tea, and we will probably get 4 overs in, I think, before tea.
What's your over rate like?
Absolutely bad. Well, it's one better. I think this morning we were 2 better than par. 34 overs bowled. I think this afternoon will be 1
Over rate?
under par. So
I think it says +3.
Yeah, but I was just thinking in terms of the 16 overs an hour.
Yeah. I can't believe 16 overs an hour isn't the minimum throughout cricket, international cricket. It frustrates me. I'm very much a modern day cricket supporter, but 16 overs an hour should be the minimum in Test cricket.
Yeah, absolutely right. Roland van der Merwe is out there in a short-sleeved sweater.
He is. Wow. It's going to be Bashir from the River End, where he bowls, floats it up there, and Cook waits, the left-handed opening batsman, and drive. Few of the Somerset trousers are now looking a little reddish from where they're shining the ball. Slower ball driven into the air with the spin into the bottom of the Tom Pearce stand adjacent to us. Critchley takes him on. Not a bad ball. Good shot as he's played a lofted drive over mid-on for 6.
Yep, nice shot.
It's the first person to attack him, isn't it?
No, Paul Walter swept him for 6.
After lunch, must have been.
Yeah, just not long before you came on.
What's he going to do now? Same again? Yes, he gives it a bit of air. It's driven down the ground to mid-off. There is no run. Well bowled. He's certainly encouraging the batsman there. He's giving it a bit of air. Nothing wrong with that. When you see someone like this on his debut, you know, you watch for the future how he gets on, the opportunities he has. I just hope he isn't just going to stay in the second team for a good number of years, driven by Cook into the offside.
And welcome to listeners on BBC 5 Sports Extra. Welcome to the Cloud County Ground here at Chelmsford, where Essex are making the most of winning the toss and blazing sunshine. 221 for 3, and Alistair Cook on 93, on the verge of what would be his 74th first-class century. I'm Anthony Gibson from BBC Radio Somerset, and with me is the inimitable Don Topley for BBC Radio Essex. And Don has been thoroughly enjoying both the sunshine and the cricket.
Absolutely. We haven't seen much sun and warmth this summer in East Anglia, and in particular Essex. We've had a cold wind off the North Sea, and it hasn't been too nice, to be honest. Slip in a gully. It's going to be Matt Henry on his way in.
Here he comes, in and bowls to Alistair Cook, who's just hurried into a little push into the onside. To come down quickly on that, Cook came off the inside edge, picked up by Sean Dixon from long leg. 222 for 3. Cook on to 94, but he's lost the strike. It's 15:34 according to the clock on the sight screen, so we will get this over, 63rd, and probably just one more. So we will be bang on the 32 overs remaining at 20-4 as this is driven into the offside by Critchley, but well cut off by Casey Aldridge, moving quickly to his left from mid-off. So Somerset have bowled their overs pretty promptly, bearing in mind that we had an interruption for a change of ball, and then there were drinks in mid-afternoon, entirely understandably. It's blazing hot here, stinking hot. at Chelmsford. Here comes Henry in and bowls. This is driven handsomely down the ground by Matt Critchley, overpitched by Matt Henry and driven fiercely away between the bowler and mid-off for 4 runs. 226 for 3. 26 now to Critchley.
He's played quite attacking since he's been in. A lot of his knocks. He made 3 half centuries at the first 3 games, really, or first 3 knocks. And to be fair, he played quite nicely, but he was a patient batsman in early season.
Henry's in and bowls, and this one bounces a little bit more, but nicely played by Critchley. Gets on top of the bounce, plays it out into the offside. Matt Henry marching smartly back to his mark. Doesn't take a long run up, and he doesn't waste any time at all in bowling an over. After he's bowled a delivery, turns on his heels and gets back to his mark. And he's in again now to Critchley, who pulls this, and it eludes Shoaib Bashir at... no, it's not Shoaib Bashir, I beg his pardon. It's Tom Lammonby at mid-wicket. And it's gone for 4. And that's 30 to Critchley, 230 for 3.
Very good shot. He picked up the length. It was only just short, but he's hit it powerfully across to the shorter boundary at deep mid-wicket. Great shot there. Not really a 4 ball, but he picked up the length very well.
Henry's in again, and that is pulled, but there's a man waiting for it down at deep backward square leg, who is Josh Davies. So it's just a single, 231 for 3. It means that Matt Critchley will keep the strike after 63 overs that have been bowled now. So I think we've got probably 1, possibly 2 overs to go before the tea interval, but Somerset not hurrying in this particular changeover. I think they'll be only too grateful to get back to the pavilion or wherever it is that they've been put.
Well, Cook has made 94 from 173 balls. Critchley, meanwhile, has made 31 in 25 balls. So you can see the impact Critchley's having here.
I mean, Alistair Cook just goes about his business in the same way all the time, doesn't he? And
He does.
You can't argue with the results.
There's going to be Bashir to bowl to Critchley, who's taking his guard yet again. A slip, the bat pad has gone. I think that's Craig Overton at slip. The huge presence of the big man as Bashir comes in, bowls. It's played off the front foot, but hasn't really turned much, and there is no run. Beautiful sunny day here at Chelmsford. A little bit of wispy cloud just south of us. This time it's played with a quicker ball, but on the front foot, and played out to short mid-on. There is no run. No one's wearing a jumper now on the ground, nor the umpires. This time it's driven. A ball of fuller length driven out to mid-off. There is no run. Bowled nicely. His figures so far, Bashir 19.3, 5 maidens, 0 for 59. He hasn't bowled badly at all. He goes again. This time it's driven into the offside. It's going to race away, slightly fuller, slightly wider, and it's been driven to the boundary at deep extra cover. Good looking shot, but that was a run scoring opportunity.
Yeah, he drove that with a real flourish, did Matt Critchley.
So there's a man back on the cover boundary, deep, well, backward point really. Deep square leg, and indeed deep mid-on. This is with soft hands on the front foot, played back to the bowler, the off-spinner, making his first-class debut here at Chelmsford. Herald's, well, I think he went to school in Surrey, but lived initially in Berkshire, represented Berkshire, but now representing the great county of Somerset. Played and smothered the spin to confirm the end of the over. Another dot ball, 235 for 3.
That will be tea. So, in the afternoon session, bearing in mind Essex went into lunch at 111 for 1 in 34 overs. They've added 114 this afternoon in exactly 30 overs, with Alistair Cook unbeaten on 90 for Matt Critchley on the attack on 35. It's been Essex's afternoon, just as it was Essex's morning. But Somerset have stuck to their task well. They haven't wilted in the heat, and they'll have high hopes of picking up 2 or 3 wickets when the new ball comes around in about an hour after tea. So with Essex, the home side, on 225 for 3, we'll close the microphones down and be back with you in around about 20 minutes' time.